Chains rattle broken, now we rise. Flag in my hand, stars burn the skies. Truth ain't dead, though the liars try. They scream loud, but the words all die. Guys watching hands, raise to the throne. Freedom ain't free, blood built this home. Continue freedom, keep it alive. Red, white, blue, we bleed to survive. Continue freedom, keep it alive. Land of the free, ain't bending the knee. Truth in my veins, it's all I see. Patriots roar, no fear in the fight. Continue freedom, stand in the light.
Okay, I guess from the chat, as you all are telling me, it's been delayed. That's interesting. No, I had not heard, so I guess I can go to let's go to X and see. By the way, guys, welcome to Continue Freedom. If this is your first time here, welcome aboard. I appreciate you guys stopping in to talk about this this debate, and we're going to watch the debate live whenever it starts. So if you're new, feel free to hit all the free buttons below. Helps us. Oops, there it was. It was playing. Hit all the free buttons below. Helps us in the algorithm. The channel's growing, and I'm grateful for all the folks. I'm also grateful to the members. I know Adri is here. She's a member. Lynn is here. She's a member. Good to see you all. Natalie, good to see you. Lace, good to see you as well. Yeah, guys, this is. I want your predictions. I think I kind of know where you all probably sit, but what do you think? Is this going to be just an absolute teardown of Candace Owens? I tend to think that it will be, but I'm interested to see. Let's pull it up and see what X says about this, about it being delayed. Let's pull up the screen share, and we're going to cover a couple of other things while we're waiting. But let's see. I was looking at Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro stuff. Delay. Here, let's do this. Here, I'll pull that graphic down. Debate delayed. There were people still speculating as of yesterday that she wasn't going to actually show up. I don't think that's going to be the case. You know, I think obviously she's backed into a corner. She's going to have to. And funny thing, I was watching these guys. I think it was on Trigger Smart. Was the channel that they were on, and these guys, it was the biggest betas. Guys that sit around and pretend to be, or that, you know, say, oh, we're alpha males. They were simping so hard for Candace Owens last night. It was nauseating. I listened to about 20 minutes of it. It was crazy, but all the I guess usual suspects for this. And some of the things, I'm going to go ahead and tell you this. I'm not seeing that it's been delayed, but actually, let's look at this thing here and see if the time has been changed. Let me refresh. Yeah, it's still showing at 11, but we'll keep an eye on it. But no, some of the things they were saying in their predictions for this debate. You know, what does Andrew hope to gain? And then they said every channel that bought the Fed slop narrative every channel that bought the Fed slop narrative, their channels are tanking. And then in the same time, they went on to say that they're just grifting for money. It's like, well, we obviously don't get the exposure that they get. The algorithm is pushing the Candace Owens nonsense, and we take a hit for it. That should tell you a little bit. You know, if we're not getting the massive viewership that these other people are, because they follow the narrative that is the divisive narrative, the same one that we're going to talk about here in a minute with Tucker Carlson. But it all plays into the same thing, and I think it still has the same political motives. It's while it's not, Candace Owens isn't outwardly political. It's very personal. Her attacks are very personal. These people have looped it in to a very political issue, which is Israel. That's why she keeps bringing it up. He can be foul at times, but let's pray. Let's pull up some comments here while we're talking about this. But yeah, to the point I was making earlier, people will loop it into the Israel thing. The Israel thing is a very political issue, and that is being used as a divisive issue. That's just kind of how it works. And in that vein, YouTube wants to make sure that they are pushing the most divisive narrative for the right that they possibly can, and this is one of them. It's not just this one, but this is one of them. And like I was saying on the last show, there's places that we can find some common ground, right? That we're focused on it. People have picked an issue, and they say that this is worth voting for Democrats. And we highlighted in the last show, everybody that was here, all the things that we stand to lose, could potentially lose, the things that are antithetical to our worldview should be as conservatives. And those are the things that will be winning issues for the left, that the left will push, be it packing the courts, the abortion, transgendering, the transgender stuff with the kids, which I've got a couple clips I'm going to play in regards to that from RFK Jr. So there's a lot more on the line than just this whole Israel nonsense. Not that it's not a big deal. It is. It's something we have to deal with. But this whole I'm voting Democrat, it's like, all right, whatever, morons. Okay, let's see. Good morning. Lots of other folks coming in. Good to see you all. Good to see you all. On the way in, hit all the free buttons below. Helps the channel, helps us in the algorithm. I know you guys get tired of hearing me say that. It is at 11. Bronson thought it was at 10 when they switched it from 10 to 11, though. But it's 11 Eastern, right? So 11 Eastern is in an hour, and we can hang out for then. That was kind of my plan. My plan was to be on here just a scotch early, and we can sit, talk about some stuff, get ourselves primed up for it. If you got other things to do, obviously, you can go do other things or leave it on and listen to me just yammer here on the internet. That's what I do. So however you guys want to handle it. But if folks wanted to come and hang out early, I was just giving people an opportunity to. And that's why I'm on a bit earlier than the debate is actually starting. So thanks for that update, Adri. Let's see. Donald Trump was a lifelong Democrat. I don't know what kind of drugs you were doing, but you need to change your ways. Isn't that it? Here's another perspective. So for this person is Donald Trump has been a lifelong Democrat, and a 90s Democrat has become a conservative. That's how far to the left this country has moved. And I'm not in favor of that. However, the things that he is doing are outside the box of the typical Republican Party. There's some ways where he's not batting 1,000. He's never going to bat 1,000. No president's ever going to bat 1,000, no matter how much people think Tucker Carlson for president is going to make us bat 1,000 as a country. Because National Socialism, which is what Tucker is, what these new wave people are, they are National Socialists when you listen to their policies. People think that they're going to bat 1,000 all of a sudden. I mean, good gracious, it's lunacy. If I was the benevolent dictator, this is the Tucker Carlson party platform. If I was the benevolent dictator, this is what I would do. Said every socialist ever. Hey, good to see you, Texas Mother Bird. Thanks for coming over. And I did open up the vertical chat. So for the mods, I appreciate you guys. Hopefully I'll have some of my mods over here in the chat. But I appreciate you all. And I'm sorry because I did open the vertical chat for this one. And we get a lot of trolls in the vertical chat. That's just kind of how it works. Let's do this while we're waiting. I'm going to pull up this latest Tucker clip, and if you guys haven't seen it, it's Tucker going after Ben Shapiro. So they've been in a bit of a tiff lately, unsurprisingly. I mean, no one should be shocked at that. But let's go ahead and play this clip here. This is the one that absolutely tore up the internet, and this is kind of Tucker Carlson, I believe, in my opinion, is one of the most fake commentators on the internet today. Either that or he's I say educated idiots or well-read morons. That's kind of where I feel like we are with this. But he is fake. He is not, he's a cosplay conservative. This is what these folks are doing over here on the right, people like Tucker Carlson.
Yes, that Ben Shapiro was like a shaper of history, a mover in American politics. He's not. He's an employee Like most everybody else, he's doing what he's told. He represents larger interests, obviously. So why bother to replay and then rebut something that Ben Shapiro said? Well, in an effort to speak to the people who put him up to it. So the whole point of Ben Shapiro, and there is a point to Ben Shapiro, this is not like some organic phenomenon. Like Ben Shapiro was just so charming and brilliant that he somehow got into Harvard Law School and then, eyebrows and all, emerged as a social media titan. No, of course not.
Somehow he got into Harvard Law School. He skipped 2 grades. He graduated high school at 16. And I'm not doing this as some massive defense of Ben Shapiro, because I disagree with a lot of what Ben Shapiro says. However, what Tucker Carlson's saying is fabricating a story of this young man who's brilliant. You got to give him credit. He is a very smart guy, Ben Shapiro. Graduated high school early, got into Harvard, got into law school on his merit. Was the youngest syndicated columnist at the time. At, I think, 16 or 17, he became a syndicated columnist.
Ben Shapiro had a deal with Facebook, a deal no one else got. And so the point of Ben Shapiro was, here's a way to send a very specific message to outline and sell a very specific worldview to young people. Ben Shapiro is an old person's idea of a young person. He is a spokesman for a group of older people aimed at younger people. I have an idea. Let's get Ben Shapiro. This guy, Ben Shapiro, he's brilliant. He's a really promising young kid. And we'll get him to sell free market economics and a robust Reaganite foreign policy to the young folks. And by the way, it kind of worked for a while, thanks to the trans movement, which you suspect they also kind of concocted, this same group. But whatever, wherever that came from, for a while, Ben Shapiro seemed like he was on the side of common sense, and he's for free speech, and he's against the trans lunacy, et cetera, et cetera. But always, from day one, the point was Ben Shapiro is going to sell this very specific version of economics, not capitalism. It bears no resemblance to anything Adam Smith advocated for, but the kind of modern American monopoly arrangement where 6 companies can behave like countries, have sovereignty, unlike our own nation, and control every part of your life through debt.
By the way, I should say, we can see how this is being pitched. This is being pitched as everything's an op, right? It's all an op. Everything's an op. Some things are an op. Some things aren't an op. We say that a lot of what they're doing is an op. I don't believe everything is an op, but we've got to make we have to tie. I mean, even though Ben Shapiro, obviously, he's a Zionist, he's a Jew, he's very interested in what's going on in Israel, he's very pro-Israel, fine. But you have to make it seem like Ben Shapiro is simply a creation of the very thing that you hate, therefore it becomes very easy to hate it. And he talks about he ties the banks into it, obviously, the banking, and he's going to say the banking and the Jews and all of that. He's going to draw those lines, of course. But this is also coming from a guy who is sponsored by financing companies in the form of Tucker Carlson. We see what's going on here. Do we see the hypocrisy?
Which is,
let's keep going.
Kind of broad but fairly accurate definition of our current economic system. So sell that, and then sell the even harder to pitch idea that it's unpatriotic to oppose wars for Israel. Like, first of all, it's obviously anti-Semitic. I mean, it's just an expression of hate if you don't want to regime change some country you can't find on a map. Obviously, you're a bigot. You're basically a Nazi.
This is 100% of Tucker Carlson's content, and it drives me nuts. The speaking in absolutes. Well, obviously, I mean, it makes you, or it makes the person who opposes you, to the uninformed listener, the person who opposes it is denying something that is obvious, and people take his word for it because he's got a massive audience. So it's a way to disarm any rebuttals to the nonsense that he's spouting in some country that you couldn't find on a map. I would venture to say most Americans, a lot of Americans could find Iran on the map. We know about Iran. We've been hearing about Iran for a very, very long time. But he's also pitching it as though this is just our war with Israel, and they discount any interest that we might have in that conflict. We can debate it, and I'm to the point now, it's been going on long enough. It's time to start pulling back from it. We didn't get the end result that we wanted, and I think Donald Trump knows this. Politically, it's not going to help us, but more than that, have we Matt Tardio has some really good points on this. And, what can we do going forward to make it an unrecoverable situation for their nuclear program, for their ballistic missiles? Because we have expended blood and treasure on this. Let's make it worthwhile, but let's wrap it up and get out. But let's keep going.
In fact, you must be for Hitler. You probably are opposed to the Second World War, too. You probably have problems with Churchill. It's literally immoral to oppose Ben Shapiro's employer's foreign policy, but it's also un-American. Like, this country was founded to fight wars for Israel. That's why we're here. I mean, our founders said explicitly, America exists as a Judeo-Christian country to support Israel.
An argument that literally nobody is making. Literally nobody is. This is just pure hyperbolic spurging is what he's doing. He's just spurging out on the internet because he's mad that Ben Shapiro is, I don't know what it is, some silly personal tiff. And by the way, all this is coming from a rich St. George's kid who's, I don't know what his mom got from the Swanson family fortune, if anything, but a CIA spook dad. And now all of a sudden this guy is some arbiter of truth. He's a cosplay conservative he partied and lunched and dined with the DC elites. He says this admittedly, the same guy who's come out and started to revive the career of Hunter Biden, much like Steve Bannon was doing with Jeffrey Epstein. This is the guy. This is their guy. He's not my guy. And the twist, and the psychosis is what drives me the most nuts, because I used to love Tucker Carlson. Everybody loves it when you take down a lefty. But it starts to become different when you're ginning up, a lot of unproven things. And that's not to say that Israel doesn't have influence, by the way. I do. But they blow it way out of proportion so that everything, you get up in the morning, you stub your toe getting a cup of coffee, and it was a Jew that did it. You step on a Lego, it was a Jew that put it there. This is the level of psychosis they've gotten to.
So whatever prime minister of that country wants, we're doing. I mean, that's why we're here. So if you're against it, well, you don't believe in America. You're against America. Why don't you just leave? Maybe we'll revoke your green card. Oh, don't have a green card? We'll strip you your citizenship. And that's what ICE exists to do now. In any case, you should know watching this that these are not just Ben Shapiro's opinions, to the extent he actually has opinions, who knows? But these are the opinions of the people who prop up Ben Shapiro, who created Ben Shapiro. And this is what they think, this is the argument they sincerely believe, apparently, is going to appeal to young people who are worried about the price of burrito.
And this is where all this started, by the way. This whole thing started because somebody said it was $20 for a burrito. So Tucker's going to get his panties in a wad over Ben Shapiro saying, which, look, burrito shouldn't cost $20. But leave it to Tucker to blow the whole thing out of proportion. Ben Shapiro's argument is, if I remember correctly, it's like, work harder. Tucker said that it was abysmal that if someone wants to live in downtown San Francisco because that's where they were born, because they're or San Diego or wherever it is in some expensive part of the country, and because their mom and dad had jobs and they bought a house and they did whatever they did, had careers and all that they deserve to live in that same place and that it should be more affordable. Well, the affordability problem in places like California or New York or whatever, you can blame a lot of that on Democrat politics. You can blame a lot of that on the policies that are influencing local economies, that are influencing state economies, that make things unaffordable. We have a spending problem here in the country. Yep, got it. And all these things need to be fixed. But we've also got a lot of people who are pushing back against Donald Trump who's trying to fix it. They don't necessarily, I think, want to. But it doesn't mean that you can't move to another place that you can afford, especially if you don't want a job that offers you the requisite income to live in a place like that. This is obvious. People have done this forever. And Tucker thinks it's abysmal. Tucker has this vision of America that is just it's not realistic. And I've lived in expensive places, but you know what? I lived in expensive places because the military gave me a housing allowance. That's how I could afford to live in Hawaii. I can't afford to live in Hawaii now. And the people who live in Hawaii can't afford to live in Hawaii. That's why you've got multiple families, living in one house. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but what I'm saying is Democrat politics have impacted that. Tucker and a lot of these other people's view seems to be some form of national socialism where we can dictate all of this from the federal level. And this is where the horseshoe theory comes in. A lot of their policy prescriptions seem to be very similar to what the left is saying. The government can fix it, and the government's also our problems. Nick Freitas, it wasn't specifically for that clip, but Nick Freitas has been coming out pretty hard. I love Nick Freitas. I really do. If you don't know who he is, he's a former Special Forces guy. He was recently hired by the Blaze, along with Josh Howerton. I think those two guys have. And I'm going to get to some comments here in a minute, but I'm going to play this Nick Freitas clip. People are kind of getting fed up with Tucker. There's a certain cult mindset over on the Candace, MTG, Tucker, that side of the aisle. And they're completely bought in. Whatever Tucker says, he's their messiah, he's their oracle, he's their, everything. And there's other people who were just getting a little freaking sick of the guy. So
you, dude, it must be real easy to sit in the ivory tower that has been created by men braver than you.
If we murder people, and it is murder, who committed no crime, pose no threat to us, who are non-combatants, women, children, we're going to apologize for it. And we're going to call it what it is, which is a crime. And when another country commits genocide against a population, kills tens of thousands of children, as our closest ally has, as countries tend to do, by the way.
See, once again, Tucker's very, very selective on who he wants to hold accountable. He wants to hold us accountable, perfectly fine. Wants to hold Israel accountable, okay. Doesn't want to hold Hamas accountable. Doesn't want to call Iran accountable. So here's what Tucker Carlson wants. He wants the American taxpayer to pay restitution anytime civilians are harmed in war. Really? I'm not saying that we shouldn't say that's tragic, but the thing that I would like to point out to Tucker Carlson, who has never had to be on the ground and actually fight these barbarians, is they like to put innocent civilians in harm's way. And when the AK-47 is shooting at you, you don't always know who's pulling the trigger. And the U.S. government needs to admit that we've committed a crime, we've committed murder. You know what, Tucker? Screw you, dude. You have never known what it's like to actually have to go into combat situations, make split-second decisions, trying to do everything you possibly can to put yourself in danger before you harm an innocent, and just declare everything like that murder. Thank God Tucker Carlson has never been responsible for trying to keep this country safe.
Boom. Dude came off the top rope. I was like, yeah, Nick. Yeah, Nick. Oh, love that guy. Oh, I agree with this, Deborah. I think that might be part of it. But to say that Ben Shapiro is an op, kind of going back to the topic before, but let me stay on Nick's comment here for a minute. Nick is he's highlighting what he's highlighting here is that Tucker Carlson is a very insulated elite is what he is. He says that he hates the elites. I mean, he's not afraid to use his relationships with them to try to get his son into Georgetown or whatever. But he is an educated elite, and he talks bad about the educated elites while still hobnobbing with the educated elites. And he's passing judgment on soldiers who are making split-second decisions, those of us who have deployed understand what that's like, making split-second decisions, and he is criticizing them and calling them murderers for it. And then there's a separate video that I didn't pull up for this one, where he's talking about, well, I wonder why nobody wants to serve in the military. Maybe it's because everybody thinks that if you join the U.S. military, this is where he and Candace align, by the way, that, you're just serving Israel. That's actually what you're doing. You're actually serving Israel. And nobody wants to serve Israel. That's why we're not getting enough people in the military. Where do you think they got that idea, Mr. Carlson? Golly. Somebody had posted that, said that, I'm gonna look over here in the comments or the chat for a second. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna Fetty Slop. If you're going to, all right, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just, I'm gonna pop you out of here. There you go. When you come in here, by the way, and I don't think I can show this because the chat doesn't show up, but this when you make a comment over and over and you make every separate one just so you can flood the chat and try to get to the top of the chat, I'm going to ban you. Just FYI, make your statement and move on. That's for the trolls out here. Let's see. Yes, Lynn. Nick Freitas is great. Hey, we got a super chat. Thank you so much. Gil, everybody go follow at Whole Truth 12 over on YouTube. Your attorney at law, Gil Arbel. That's it. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do another show together. I would love to do a show with you. I appreciate you, by the way, stepping in and helping me when I was hosting Gary's show. Gil was over there helping me out, and he's I didn't go to law school, guys. Sorry, not sorry. I did not go to law school. Thank you, Niles. Niles, good to see you, man. How are you? Haven't seen you in a minute. Hope life's going well. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate you. Niles has been supporting the channel for a long time. He's one of my longtime watchers. I've got quite a few of them. She has canceled the debate. Wait, what? What? No way. Hang on. Is that a fact? Surely not. I'm not seeing that yet. Let me know. Let me know what the source is for that. Because that would be absolutely bonkers if that happened. That's false, Jared. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly, Mackenzie. Andrew would have said it. And it would be everywhere on the internet if that was the case. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, okay. You guys let me. I will accept it from receipts or shut up. Oh, I love the trolls. I really do. I love them. Love their hearts. Or bless their hearts. That's what we say in the South. Oh, bless your heart. Okay, so in fact, here's a funny one. Now, you guys know I tend not to. I try to keep the language PG-13 at least. This one is not PG-13, but it's an AI video that somebody posted about these people, and it's inappropriate, but it is funny. So I'm gonna play it, and it is not bleeped. Well, I'm not. I'm not. I'm gonna try to keep it PG-13. I like that. I don't, what goes on the internet is forever. Every now and then it's, you're playing something that's like this. This is like repetitive, whatever. But it actually, you know what? The heck with it. Let's play it.
And I'm Tucker Carlson. And I'm Thomas Massey.
And I'm Marjorie Taylor Greene.
We are here to say that we aren't retarded. I know that you all think we are pieces of shit. Yes, that is true, but we aren't retarded.
Would a retarded person run a third party to undermine President Trump?
Think about it. If we run a third party, it will help the communist Islamists gain power. We love Islam for one reason. They hate Israel and Jews. We hate Jews passionately.
So are we really that retarded?
I know you think our views all changed, that we only say dumb shit for money. Yes, that's true. We are a bunch of frauds.
Who suffer from brain rot.
But we all hate Donald Trump. We think you should too. So we are asking for you to join us. If you hate Donald Trump and America, or you just hate the Jews,
you should join our stupid third party
and become pieces of shit just like us. If you hate yourself and you're a piece of shit, you belong in the We Aren't Retarded party.
Sorry, it made me laugh. And AI is getting way too good. Thank you for the super chat, Lynn. I appreciate you. Okay, good. they're BSing, not canceled. She's going to fake her labor pains 20 minutes into it. You heard it here. I could see that. I could see that happening. It's, this is kind of back to what I was talking about before. These guys, what are their names? One of them was Valhalla VFT, and then Country something. I know the Trigger Smart guy. Admittedly, I haven't watched I've watched enough of the pod slop people, but whoever these, okay, look, the people that follow this to the nth degree, they know these people much more than I do. Here's some of the things that they said, by the way, that with her, if she can get him to not ask her to prove any of her claims. This is something that they actually said, and it was like 40 some odd minutes into their debate. They were saying that she was taking too much risk. This is what I was highlighting before, that what does Andrew hope to gain? Every channel that bought, and this is paraphrasing, every channel that bought the Fed slop narrative is tanking. So that literally seconds later goes on to say, this was, I think, Valhalla VFT that said this, said they go on to say that they are the ones grifting for money. So they're like, they're not getting views. What are they doing this for? What? It's like, oh, they're just grifting for money. Well, that doesn't really make sense. And then they also said that Candace has never lost a debate. They go after Rachel, so they call her the 3 baby daddy woman. I mean, it was 6 dudes. I mean, granted, Trigger Smart didn't really say much of anything in the 20 minutes that I listened to it. I could only take so much of it, but they basically go after Rachel Wilson. It's ad hominem. That's what they've got. They don't have any evidence. They've never proven a single thing. They let Candace get by with all of the silly claims that she's made, and they just move on to the next thing. And they get hundreds of thousands of views because it's look, divisiveness is it's a winning issue on YouTube. And then they go on to talk crap about Erica Kirk, and it was like a modern day sewing circle for dudes. It was really weird. It was really, really weird. I can't get into that. Candace and the Candies are up for a serious surprise. They underestimate. Yes, they do. You are correct, sir or ma'am. Look, Andrew, I don't know. The guy he's a tactician when it comes to debates. This is what, I mean, he sells it. He sells courses on how to do this. He's a very, very good debater. And I think that the cult side of Candace, there are, I'm sure, some people who are, I don't want to say middle of the road, but they are legitimately wondering, is Candace right, or is the side of the prosecution, is that right? Where do we sit in all of this? And there might be some people who actually change their mind because of based on Andrew's performance. And Andrew could, let's admit, Andrew could come in here and not do a great job. It would be one of the few times I've ever seen him not do a great job, but he hasn't batted 1,000. Nobody really has. But I think when you stack him up, and if he against somebody who has made a lot of claims, never really had to debate those claims, and has yet to generate a shred of actual evidence that proves a single one of her theories, I think that's a situation where he's going to come out on top, where he's going to come out as a winner. And he's let's see, whole truth. Everyone remembered to like, subscribe. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Gil. I appreciate you, brother. You are the man, Gil. You are the man. Okay, sir. You're. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Hen house, cluck, cluck, cluck. If you're talking about these gentlemen here, it was like a hen house. It really was. Between 5 of them, anyway. Good morning, Bronson. Look, the great Rage Bronson has shown up. He's graced our chat. Thanks for being a member. I appreciate you, buddy. I've done some shows with Rage. He's you guys need to go check out his channel. And I will highlight, check out Rage Bronson. Check out Whole Truth 1-2. Where's Gil? There he is. Both these channels definitely deserve a follow. Let's see here. What have we got? Oh, we got another super chat. Mike Klikovich. Mike Klikovich, good to see you. Thanks for being a member. Bronson is talking crap. Yeah, well, of course. That's the bulk of his channel. That's what he says. That's how he introduces himself. He's like, I'm a guy who talks crap on the internet. What did he say? Let's find it. All right. Everybody gravitate towards Bronson. What did Bronson say in the chat? I'm not seeing anything. I just saw this one and this one. Gosh, I don't know why I started coughing here. YouTube didn't it? YouTube didn't block it, did they? I don't know. I only saw 2 comments from you, Rage. I laughed so hard at them. The cope and plausible deniability was so clear, and before the debate is even started. That's the other part of it. It was, yes, the cope was palpable. And then it was trying to find every conceivable out for her. I think knowing that she is not going to stack up well against Andrew Wilson. I agree. The Eclectic Journalist. Go follow the Eclectic Journalist as well. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, let me get to another couple topics here. Let's see. Did you see the lefties dandelion World War I? No, I didn't see that. You know what? That's another interesting. That's another interesting similarity between the left and this new version of the right, and it's that they're just not fond of this country. That it's doomer on a loop. And, I say I'm not black-pilled. I will not be black-pilled against this country. I love this country. I want to see this country succeed. I am not black-pilled, but I can be gray-pilled at times. However, I've also come to a more, I think, a realistic, I've tempered my expectations, and I know that it's got to be incremental change. We thought that a lot of people thought Donald Trump was going to come in and it was just going to, everything was going to immediately change, just on a dime. And he started doing a lot with executive orders. He's shown that even though the wall hasn't been fully built in his first 2 years in office, that he can effectively shut down, and future presidents can effectively shut down the southern border and get us to net negative migration without it, just using the resources at hand, the resources that they always said we didn't have enough of. He has done that. I like the idea of these saving the fund for the kids, where they put in money into the markets for kids that they can draw out once they're older to help give them a leg up. I like that. But immigration crackdowns too, by the way, these sweeping immigration arrests that they've been doing across the country, 1,200 in one immigration sweep in Atlanta. Is it perfect? No. But it's a campaign promise that he has followed through on. I'm going to pull up this one. This is kind of skipping forward. This has been absolutely cracking me up. I know this is like a hard left turn before we start getting into whatever Andrew and Candace are going to talk about. I am loving this. So if you haven't watched, I have, for whatever reason, I guess I searched the WNBA to find out about the Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. Those are the 2 big names, I guess, in the WNBA, because they are the ones who are getting just absolutely, I'm talking like broken teeth and everything, because it's turned into some silly blood sport. And these women are coming out here and let's just say that it is uncouth, to say the least. It's gotten rough, and they're screaming, privilege, white privilege. What was the lady's name? Dejanay Carrington, brutally attacks Sophie Cunningham on court, gets ejected, and cries white privilege. But the fact that they are now making them, and they're having to have whole committees to decide what an actual woman is, because Royce White, I'm not a basketball fan, by the way. I've never really been a basketball fan, but Royce White says, I never thought I was a woman, but after further review, as he declares for the WNBA draft, and now there's whole committees set up to find out, to try to define what is a woman. And people are getting mad about it, but somebody put up let me see if I can find it, because it was really good. And it was Levinson, all these, let's see, hang on, let me find it here, because it's definitely worth showing. Royce White meme. It was like, if one of these is a woman, everyone is a woman, and it put up all the transgender people, like the well-known ones, including a couple of WNBA players, because allegedly there are some males in the WNBA, like already males in the WNBA, and that could be chromosomal deficiencies, or not deficiencies, but abnormalities. That those things do exist, where people carry sexual characteristics of both, but in some cases that gives you more testosterone. And here's what I say is, even if that's the case, it would be, it's a little wild that they still can't dunk. Maybe I shouldn't say that. But Royce White says that he's in the kind of the twilight of his career, but now identifies as a woman. And this came out a couple of weeks ago, I believe. Let me see if I can pull up the video. Sorry, none of my links seem to want to work right now, and I don't know why. Oh, we got another one here. First time here, saw you on Dangerous Liberty. Well, thank you. Welcome aboard. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's been fun over there on Dangerous Liberty. They've been very generous to open up the platform and let me, as I like to say, drive the Ferrari, because his channel is significantly bigger than mine. And Gary gets to take a break, and that's that's a welcome thing for him, I'm sure. And I'm always looking for, I'm obviously still trying to grow my audience, and I will continue to try to grow it. But this is why I get great people like you that come over here and support the channel, and I appreciate it, because you know what? This is a place where we love this country. We're not black-pilled, and the more the merrier. That's it. That has turned into a man and went on to become successful. I'm still looking for a naturally born woman that turned into a man and went on to be successful in any sport. Yeah, okay. Somebody said it's all about gametes. Yeah, I'm not a biology major. I know. Juju B, I know. It gets bad over in the vertical chat. It's so bad. It's so bad on the vertical. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but here we are. It's done now. The damage has been done, Juju B. Thanks for being a member, and thanks for supporting the channel. Let me see if I can pull. I'm still trying to pull this up. Good gracious. And we've got... I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what in the world got into me. All right. Now we're going to see if this thing works. Come on. Come on, Bessie. Do your thing. Here we go. All right. There we go. Watch on X. Now we got it. My goodness.
Just so you've declared yourself eligible for the WNBA. I think I understand your motivations. You're leaning into ultimately Sophie's push for fairness, but yet the WNBA is now going to hold talks over this nuanced.
Lynn, you just have to be watching it on your cell phone, but it's got to be in your. It's like people that scroll through and find it in shorts, it'll actually show up as a live stream there as well. So you're more than welcome to go over there and spar with whoever happens to be there.
Complex issue where it doesn't really seem complex. Biological men should not be allowed to play in ladies basketball. Why are you getting involved, and how did the WNBA even get to this point?
You know, right now I'm just having a blast in my feminine era. I never thought that I was a woman. You know, I've always trusted the science, and I thought I was a man my entire life. But you know, after further review, strong look at my personal preferences, it would appear that I am indeed sometimes identifying as a transgender woman, and I think it's only fair I get a chance to play with some of my queens here in the twilight of my career, my athletic prime.
Well, and so exactly what you're saying, Royce, is just sort of pulls the curtain back on the lack of clarity in the WNBA's policies under Article 8 of their 2026 collective bargaining agreement. It simply says that only players who are women are eligible to play in the NBA, but in the over 400-page document, it doesn't define what a woman is. It seems the answer of what they do now is pretty clear. Would you agree?
Well, you know, it's just astounding that the WNBA can't define the W in the name. And I think we're going through a very necessary conversation about who's actually eligible to play in some of these professional sports leagues, I guess, on both sides of the gender spectrum. My goal is to help elevate the WNBA. I think the ticket prices and the attendance, will soar. I think the audience, the live audience, will increase. And I think ultimately it's good for the game. It's going to help evolve the game. I mean, who would argue that, a player like myself or an Enes Kanter or, in the future, maybe even, I don't know, a LeBron James, after he expires in the NBA, maybe he wakes up one day and realizes he's a woman as well. Who could argue that wouldn't make the women's game better?
So listen, I don't know what to even say to that, and we'll see where it goes. But on a serious note, I give you the last few seconds. Is the WNBA at risk of losing all the new eyeballs and fans that Sophie Cunningham and Caitlin Clark have brought to the game?
Oh, the WNBA is an example of a herald of us losing a lot of things in this country. We have to secure our elections. We have to restart the mass deportations. We have to start arresting some of these deep staters. I'm in huge favor of banning Sharia law and Marxism nationwide. And
I'm definitely on board with his politics. My goodness. That's fantastic. Yeah, somebody said, I saw it in the chat. I mean, I'm going to pull up the one of him wearing, this is a short clip, but him in the mat or in the wig is, it's stupendous.
Could this culminate in you actually playing in the WNBA?
It better. Why wouldn't they let me play? It's completely bigoted to deny my trans existence.
I love it. He's so committed to the troll. You got to give the guy respect. I so much respect for being this committed to the troll. Oh, I love it. We got another super chat. This was all right from user EL7. I can't repeat the whole thing because it's a long username. In my feminine era, some more shouldn't be said. But you know what? I love the fact he's doing it with the dapper suit, the nice, the soft lighting, soft dramatic lighting. I mean, it's epic troll. Epic troll. I love it. But it's true. Look, all it takes is you can't deny it, right? This is his identity. Who's to say? We see it as a troll. They can't question that. The left can't question that. We're not allowed to question it. They can't question it either. Let the man be. Or woman. Sorry, let the woman be. Oh, it's stupendous. But this is the other piece of it. The golly, because let me pull this up here. Oops, Here we go. So during a WNBA basketball game over the weekend, Chicago Sky G. Dejanay Carrington committed a flagrant foul against Sophie Cunningham as the Indiana Fever player was about to make a basket. After the call was made, the referees was made by the referees. Carrington was ejected from the game and proceeded to post white privilege to social media, tagging them. Let's see if they've got the clip. Oh yeah, here's the clip. Whoa. Yep.
Dejanay Carrington and Sophie Cunningham comes down, gets her right across the face, coming down, trying to prevent the layup, but that is just a hard hit. That's definitely Dejanay Carrington and
Good
Sophie Cunningham.
grief. What the heck? I mean, pow, right in the face, right in the kisser. That doesn't look like white privilege to me. Sorry, not sorry. It does not look like white privilege to me. Golly, people are saying the woke stuff is gone. Like, even Piers Morgan wrote a book, "Woke is Dead." It's really not. It's really, really not. It's still something we have to contend with, and we're really going to have to contend with it next time we get a Democrat in office, which some people on our side tend to think is an acceptable option. The man had to help the women again. Isn't White a disciple of Steve Bannon? I have no idea. Is he? Royce White? I have no idea if he is. This is you make a valid point. People will come out and say all the right things. They will absolutely say all the right things. And if you don't dig deep, that's why we can't take anybody at face value anymore. We really can't. That kind of hit can easily cause a concussion. Yeah, I know. It's like turned into a blood sport over there. All because it's just stupid black versus white nonsense. I'm so over it. And I'd almost rather have it be like just out in the open. Yes, I hate white people. If it just come out and say it. A lot of them do. They say, "Oh, I hate white people." The left says it all the time, that white people are the problems. It's either Israel or it's just white people. Not a disciple, but has been. I would rather that than even people on like the more soft-spoken conservative people will use the whole racism thing to try to buy some favor with, like, if you can be the victim and somebody can label you as the victim, that's an enticing thing because that gets you a lot. That gets you special favor with people. It gives you recognition. It gives you a lot of stuff that feeds your ego by saying, "Oh, you're a victim." Even if you don't know that you're a victim, even though you're very successful, you're still a victim. And that's it. People on the right, especially honestly in Christian circles, people don't want to be offensive to that or about that. So, they softly kowtow to it. But we have to bring it up. Of course there is racism in America. Yeah, and it goes both ways. There's black people that hate white people. There's white people that don't like black people. It's a human component. It's we're a fallen world. But they still treat it as though it's exclusively on one side, and that's just not the case. Yeah, I know somebody's going to lose an eyeball, at least. You got, this 4-inch nails. I mean, somebody's going to get skewered. It's like a prison shiv. Here, I'm going to play this one. I actually didn't play this clip. We're just playing some clips, waiting for Waiting for, let's see, the debate to start. Nan loves purple. It goes both ways for sure. Bingo, bango. It's a fallen world. It's a bad thing. But to say that they continue to make the argument that it exclusively goes one way, and that it just doesn't comport with reality, especially when you divide us on immutable characteristics. That's the whole purpose. That's been the whole purpose. Let's divide people on melanin, which is the least interesting thing about you. Sorry, but it is. It's the least interesting thing about a person. It's the least meaningful thing about a person. Your background, your history, your heritage, all that stuff, that's where you get your life story, and that's what builds you as a person, and that's, all of that sort of stuff. But to just divide us on something that an individual can't control that's been the motive of the left, and it continues to be the motive of the left, and it continues to be, in some cases, a motive on the right in the, like, Nick Fuentes circles and in other places, which I'm not on board with. It's like, let's just stop. It's not that it's content of your character. Good gracious. It still stands today. Thanks, Nan loves purple. I appreciate you making the comment. And thanks for being a channel member for a long time. You were actually, I think, one of my first channel members, if not my very first channel member. Maybe that's what I'll do. One day, I will set up we'll do a live stream. You can come on and do a show with me or something. If you ever wanted to show your face on camera. Some people don't. But yeah, like, you're my very first member. There you go. Hate moves mountains. Yeah, in a bad way. Jared, stop with all the common sense. Yeah, I know. We're at a common sense deficit. I continue to say that. I will stand on that. We are at a common sense deficit. I'm going to play this one here. Last clip. And then we will, I'll get to some more comments, and the debate should be starting here in like 3 minutes. I guess some people are saying that it's going to be delayed. I don't know. We'll see.
So the only answer might be Democrats getting in there and stopping this administration. Democrats getting in there and stopping Trump from all the damage he's doing to this country. It might be the only option. That's what people are realizing.
Of course. Internet. Come on. Do your job. By the way, this is like, when I first saw this, I thought, is this like a version of Stockholm Syndrome? Because this is the guy who was thrown in jail, right? By the powerful federal government. And he's going, and it was in the hands of the Democrats. And now he's saying, well, let's just turn it back over to them. Just give it back to the Democrats. That's the best way to do it. Are you kidding me? There is nothing morally, just on it from a sheer moral perspective, I cannot vote for a Democrat. Under no circumstance could I, as a Christian, vote for a Democrat. I can't do it. I won't do it.
Democrats getting in there and stopping this administration. Democrats getting in there and stopping Trump from all the damage he's doing to this country. It might be the only option. That's what people are realizing.
What is going on? Is it X? It might be X because of all the people coming on for the live stream. But yeah. Oh, here we go. Hang on. What in the world? I know it's not my internet. Let me do a speed test real quick. Hopefully this doesn't turn into, the Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens debate is going to crash the internet. It's going to crash YouTube. What in the world? I hope I'm not losing my internet. Okay, am I back up now? Okay, literally my internet just went out. Am I still here? Okay, let me know, guys. I'm waiting on the chat here. Okay, good grief. Like, my internet literally just completely kicked the bucket on me. Two goats. Good to see you, two goats. Okay. Good gracious. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sure I lost quite a few folks on that one. I did. Yeah, it was like half the people. Yeah, I don't know what in the world happened to my internet. So jump to Bronson's and Artie's, then Paramount with what's let's see what Bronson's talking about. Let's go in and we can bomb his we can bomb his chat. Let's see here. Yeah, there he is.
Lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area, and then moving away towards Campus Drive.
Okay, so we've walked through Egyptian planes, obviously incorrect. She never explained it. French Foreign Legion, obviously there was no evidence. She's never explained it. Mormon Beehive Cult, never explained it.
Okay, well, all right. Let's see. Jump to Bronson. Okay, remove that one. All right. Let's see what else we've got here while we're waiting. I wonder how much it's... Do you guys know how long it was delayed by chance? Let's see. Oh, here. All right. While we're waiting, let me pull up another one here. We can treat this as another reason that we don't want to vote for the left. This is a massive crime. I'm going to play this one. Let's see. I think
my predecessor, Xavier Becerra, he when he came into my agency, there were only 80 people in program integrity. 80 people. This is for 50 states and 5 territories. These are the people who are monitoring $2.2 trillion in payments annually from my agency. We do 4 million transactions a day. There's only 80 people looking at those. Xavier Becerra came in and transferred 76 of them out. So that when I came in, there's only 6 people who are in charge of all program integrity for my department. And it was an invitation for the fraudsters to come in and steal everything. And that's why we have this hospice program. We've closed thousands of hospices here in Los Angeles because they didn't have patients. They were just billing us $6,000 a month for phony accounts. And the durable medical equipment fraud, tens of billions of dollars here in Los Angeles County. Autism services, tens of billions of dollars, all stolen because nobody was minding the store. Xavier Becerra came in and he instituted a program called Pay and Chase. What that means is when we get an invoice from a hospice that we know is fraudulent, we know that hospice is not treating patients. They've been busted before. We have algorithms that can identify that this is almost certainly a fraudulent case. His policy was you pay them and then you chase it. You go back and try to claw it back, which of course never happens. This was an insane policy. We shut that down.
The medical fraud, waste, and abuse in general. You know, Doge has been a huge win because it brought a lot of awareness from the American people for the amount of fraud, waste, and abuse that I think all of us knew existed. We were all pretty confident that the fraud, waste, and abuse was rampant. And you're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars that are getting pumped out to people. And we've got these independent journalists like Nick Shirley. He's doing a good job of divulging some of that. People, because millions, they say, it's just $1 million. What, he uncovered $1 million? Yeah, millions make billions. Millions make billions. And, here we go. Hang on. Starting soon, it says. You know, part of me says that it's kind of crazy we even have to have a debate like this. It's gone so far out of control. I wonder how many people are on here. Let's see here. Hang on. Well, the number's growing. It's like 8,000. There we go. Now we can pull it up. The most super chatted, one of the most highly super chatted channels on the internet. It's really wild. Really wild what Andrew Wilson has done. And quite honestly, guys, I like him more and more. I really do. Back to what I was talking while we're still waiting. The fraud, waste, and abuse that we have found from Doge, that's a net positive, guys. It's a net positive for us. The fraud, waste, abuse, in the other medical clip, this hidden transgender medicine. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but the vice president, RFK Jr., and I think he's what was his other position? They only mentioned the two. Here, I'll go ahead and play it while we're waiting.
With my friends and colleagues, of course, our great Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Admiral Brian Christine, the Assistant Secretary for Health. Parents bring their children to doctors because they trust them. They trust doctors to tell them the truth, and they trust hospitals to put their children ahead of ideology and profit.
And by the way, jury is still out on whether I trust J.D. Vance, but nonetheless.
But when that trust gets violated, parents deserve to have a government that will stand up for them and for their kids and do something about it. Today, the Trump administration is proud to announce we're doing exactly that.
Today, HHS released Wolves in White Coats, a report examining pediatric gender medicine and insurance building across America. The findings raise serious questions about what families were told, what insurers were told, and how these procedures were built.
Today, Secretary Kennedy and I referred hospitals and clinics identified by this review to the Department of Justice and the HHS Inspector General for possible violations of federal law. These allegations are crazy, and they demand investigation. When children may have been harmed and families misled, it's on those of us in power to find the truth and to seek justice for kids who are harmed by these doctors.
Under the previous administration, my predecessor, Richard Levine, promoted what he called gender-affirming care for minors.
By the way, Richard Levine was the dude dressed up like a woman, and it became a meme for us over here on the right. And this is the person I think I like the replacement a bit better than a really, really ugly dude in a wig.
And there's nothing caring about that. These are sex-rejecting, mutilating, transgender procedures promoted by the Biden administration, and thanks to President Trump's leadership, we're changing course. The Wolves in White Coats report issued by my office at HHS examines a medical system that subjected children to profound interventions while serious questions remained about evidence, about informed consent, and about financial incentives. The report found more than 225 hospitals and health systems established pediatric gender programs nationwide where they preyed on vulnerable children and told families that their kids needed life-altering medical treatments when what they really needed was compassion and counseling.
So many of these people got rich, not by doing what was good for the patient, but by actually mutilating these kids. It was disgraceful. And if someone broke the law, we are going to hold them accountable.
If the medical establishment failed children, we will confront that failure and restore the sacred duty to do no harm.
And if our public health institutions lost the trust of American families, we're going to earn it back with truth, with transparency, and with gold standard science.
Together, we're going to protect our children, and importantly, we're going to restore trust in public health. When you walk into the doctor's office, you have to know that they're going to do the best by yourselves, by your children, by your family. And we will hold accountable anyone who would betray that trust. We've got so many great doctors. We can't have a few bad doctors tarnish the whole lot. Thank you, everybody.
So what are they saying here? They're saying that these doctors were essentially claiming that it was for other afflictions, illnesses, whatever, but it was actually for transition of children. And we're talking about the spending. I know you guys are having a conversation about that. If you're in the vertical here, if it's not, it's over here. This is the one, line item budget spending, not omnibus bills. 100%. 100%. Make them vote on everything. I want everybody's name tied to everything that they spend. If you voted for it, I want to know. If you can't plead ignorance. No more of that, we got to pass the bill to see what's in it. No more of this omnibus spending. I agree with this so much. Absolutely. People say, but everything's going to come to a grinding halt. It's going to come to a grinding halt. Yep. It probably will. Yep, it probably will. It will slow way, way down. And you know what? It's supposed to. It's supposed to. Yeah, correct. 93 was the 1993 last balanced budget. Yeah, under Bill Clinton. Yep. You guys know where it's at. Yeah. But essentially what they were saying is they were these doctors, which I think I posted on this and I believe it firmly, that every doctor who has been involved in that should have their medical license revoked. Now, I will say that there are some exceptions. I don't want to say exceptions to this, but there are doctors who are doing this because it's they actually think that they're helping. In fact, I spoke to I shot an interview of a plastic surgeon. He's a Christian plastic surgeon, and he said that that's a question he gets a lot, which is, "Oh, you're a plastic surgeon. You must be asked to do transgender procedures." And he said no, but he knows people that do, and that there are people doing it who think that because the narrative is it's actually going to help them, that they think it's going to do something in the net positive for the patient. But I've also sat on a panel, I recorded, again, this is just in my civilian job, or my regular job, I recorded a panel of people who were detransitioners. And they talked in, when I say excruciating detail, I mean excruciating detail. These are older people too. Some of them, I think the youngest one was in his maybe late 20s. But these are people who went through full-on medical procedures to do top and bottom surgeries, all that stuff. And they talked about the horrific experiences that they have had, the traumas they've had to deal with in life, how it did not help them. And this is why this is a good comment. God, please bless all those afflicted. Yes. And, it's a... It's a mental health crisis that we've known. It's been in the DSM for ages, and it was gender dysphoria. Everybody knew gender dysphoria. That was a thing, and people are afflicted with it. It's very, very, very sad that they are. But this is the comparison I make is like leaning into someone's depression or leaning into someone's bipolar. You don't say, let's take it to the next level. Let's see how manic depressive we can make you. You say, let's find a way out of that because it is not the way you were supposed to be functioning. Same thing with with transgenderism. They're biologically, this is how things are supposed to line up. You mentally feel outside of that. How do we get you back to normal and the way God created you? It's just messed up. But the fact that they hide it and that they use taxpayer money to do it, heck no. You can't use my tax dollars for that. Sorry, it shouldn't even be in the conversation. Kathy says, I don't see this happening. I don't know. It's crazy that they're 15 minutes late. Could be technical issues because they're trying to, we don't know what kind of software Candace is using to do her live stream and what kind of software. I think Andrew uses StreamYard, but Candace could be using something else and there could be an issue with it. But you would have think they'd have shown up, last night, like the night before or something, to set up cameras and to have everything ready. I think it's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, that's a very graphic way to put it, but yes. Or the other way around, inverting, taking parts of the stomach lining and doing all this. It's stuff that I can't even talk about actually on YouTube. But it is, and that should tell you enough about it, that you can't have an actual open conversation about it. They don't want you to hear the graphic details. It's the same reason that the left doesn't want people to, doesn't want women to have an ultrasound before they have an abortion. It is. It's become it's like a popular thing. It's like a trend. It's people looking for belonging. They look for belonging in a group. In fact, the young person that was on this panel, and this was a panel of like 6 or 7 people, so it was a lot of them. And the young person was talking about how he was into, I can't even say the P word, but he was into corn, and it became a different type of. It was like a almost fetishized. Is it fetishized? Fetishized or fetishized? Fetishized. I forget the word. It was like a fetish sort of thing. And that's what led him down the road. And he is obviously, I don't think he went all the way with it, but he did a lot of the, hormones and things like that. And it feminized him and did all these things. But you're also talking about doing this to kids who are in prime developmental years. And a kid who says that I'm can't get a tattoo, can't buy alcohol, can't buy cigarettes, can't, buy a vape pen, can't do any of these things, but we are going to try and push them towards life-altering surgery, even though we know most of them grow out of those early stage levels of confusion. And yeah, then you start adding social media to it, and social media is pushing it as though you can become a victim just like everybody else. You're part of a community now. And what's crazy, if you listen to Chloe, I forget her last name. Sorry, my recall's not working great today, but Chloe, I forget her name. She became very famous about this. She had double mastectomy and all this, and she said when she started to detransition, people were coming after her. They were absolutely attacking her. So it's not that they're friendly so long as you are the inside your echo chamber, but you start questioning these things, and people will turn on you because everybody's got, we say it all the time, everybody's got a God-sized hole in their heart, and they're going to fill it with something. And the transgender movement is a religion of self. It's all about me. It's very, 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 very selfish. It's all about me. So is left-wing politics, by the way. Left-wing politics is, without a God, it becomes a religion of me. It's just very, very selfish. I deserve this, that, and the third. How I identify. My truth. That's the most damaging words I think we've ever put into public discourse is my truth. Nope, there is the truth. And the truth is you are not a man. You are a woman. You are not a woman. You are a man. Yeah, my dad said that at age 16, he said that's the closest he ever came to like taking me out. I have a very, very good relationship with my dad. But he said you were unbearable at 16 because of all the hormones and everything. Yeah. Yes, Lori, it has become a trend. What animal in nature chopped off its own? The sick or the injured. Well, there you go. Soullessness. And look, you feel it's like depression. If you've ever suffered from any mental health issue, if you've ever had any mental health issue, it can be this mental trap, and your mind is so powerful. It is so insanely powerful that it can convince you of things that just are not so, of circumstances that are escapable, but you feel like they aren't, that you are, in their case, you are something that you aren't. It's just so potent. And when you add, lack of communication or community with other people, and you're just on the internet, this is why I make a point to get out. And my business requires me to get out and talk to other people. You can't just sit and watch the internet. You've got to have relationship with people, and it's got to be, people of different worldviews, people of different, we're going to gravitate towards similar cultures and all that. That's just human nature and all that. But you're going to feel, it's the internet it holds you captive. That algorithm holds you captive, and you got to get out of it every now and then. And these kids don't. It's also the iPad generation where, and you see it all the time. The kid is they can't pay attention. They can't settle down. They've got hyperactive disorders. And what do people do? They put an iPad in front of them, and they withdraw into the device. And then that becomes a habit.
See that too.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people. Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, "Yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site." Charlie responded with this, "Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me." That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as a trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd, and she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory. that Tyler Robinson's a patsy was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this?
I thought we weren't filibustering, by the way, or that she's not going to have a long preamble. I think this just shows how unprepared she normally is. This is what it's like. Well, we don't need a preamble. I'm not going to do a preamble. And then she goes into a stinking preamble. It's like, okay, you want to get to the facts. By the way, I have to stop, I think, every now and then. I don't want to get a copy. Somebody mentioned it in the chat. Like, yeah, I don't want to get a copyright strike for this. So I will be brief, I will be brilliant, and I will be gone. But here she's saying, we don't want a preamble, and she's giving us one. Some diatribe.
Lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer.
He's not working for TP USA, lady. So here's what she's done. Conspiracy theories. Oh, that's just, if you say that what I'm saying is a conspiracy theory, plays into the whole Fed thing. Oh, you're a Fed. You're Fed slop. It's Fed slop. It's a term made up by the government. So now we just got to get rid of the whole term. Otherwise, you're working for the Feds. And then she still goes back to this thing where he's a TP USA representative, and he's not. My goodness gracious.
All of that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to, all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe, if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck. And even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off.
150 yards, lady. And Gary has done this. He's given 4 high-profile examples of people shot with a 30-06 where there was no exit wound.
The avenue that he could have been shot at all?
With maybe a smaller
caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my gun shop.
I didn't know this about him, by the way. I had no idea that he was a firearms guy. Never came up. Never came up. But this is, again, leftist tactic. Go back 15 years. Find 15 years ago where Rachel said something, and let's bring that to the front, okay? That's so lefty. She is a leftist, by the way. Straight up leftist. Let's keep going.
Your and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints, and among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay, and the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and
Yeah.
this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm
if-
asking you to
but
address that. How
well,
could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
on. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you
if
to
that's the
explain it.
case-
You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you
I
don't
did.
have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say
so-
I don't know.
but
I
what would
actually don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation for that.
Just because he doesn't answer the question the way you want him to, like, get on with the freaking point, lady. Golly.
Candace,
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they tell? Were the people that also had the fingerprints on the guns, were they also found in surveillance footage and have confessions and have DNA and have all the other components to the case? Nope.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun. I
didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that.
Gosh. She's insufferable. She is so insufferable. But this is what she's done. She's made an inference on top of 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 an inference. And she goes on with inferences until she gets to whatever conclusion that she has in her own mind or that came to her in a dream. That's basically what it was. And yes, devil's advocate, I know I'm putting up a lot of your comments. You're making some really good ones here. Not much of a shooter, but we're going to engrave bullets and go on a family hunting trip and have a lot of video or photos of him out at the shooting range. Yes, exactly. Allegedly, Twiggs Furry has back problems on his mom Facebook page. Yes, this is how Kamala Harris debates. Yeah, just to throw out an insult. That's why she's better left to politics and not investigations.
But to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check. If
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single day. Utah Rule 1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up. And then, Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says, the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah Rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again. This is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying.
But not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling
literally
you,
making stuff up. So here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm
I'm
not making
asking
stuff
this.
up. I'm
have
saying
Rule 1102
that
ready
I
if you
think
wanna
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that up.
Pull
Pull that up. I am doing
from the
exactly what the state did.
This is, by the way, this is how she's been most of her career, and it was funny, and when it was with leftists, but now when she's just making up stuff for whatever reason, it's annoying, and it's talk over. I don't know how somebody can do that. By the way, you have to be so wrapped up inside of your own head and not paying attention to the conversation, because I'm incapable of doing it, of just talking and talking and talking, even though somebody else is trying to make a point, because they're supposed to be back and forth with normal people. And that's not the case with this woman. So she's making arguments, or trying to put arguments in his mouth. Again, somebody said it down here. I think it was, it might've been Natalie, or I'm not sure who it was, said that she's going fishing for clicks. This is absolutely the stuff that her gremlins are going to clip. But let's keep going.
I'm looking at a piece of evidence, probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence, and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case, is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way
Going to even
that
grant
when you
it,
tweeted,
because it's irrelevant.
I think
I'm
that
asking,
this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over?
I'm going to stop for a brief break. I'm also going to switch over to PBDs because the one over here, it's actually not letting me pause it. So every time that I go back to it, it is, let me pause here. It's actually stopping it. So, and then it skips right back up. So we miss like segments every time I open my Yapper for a copyright break. Is a mod maker answer? Yeah, I know. This is a very good point. Like, answer the stinking question, because she's not. She's absolutely not answering the question. Like, I don't know how many times I can play. No, he's just saying, how do you get to Patsy? walk us step by step. You're saying he's a patsy. How do you take these inferences, which you are allowed to do, make inferences, and find your way to a patsy? Oop.
Check on that. Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing.
And the parents identified him, by the way.
Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even.
Yeah, isn't that funny that she'll accept just the parts that actually help her make whatever her wild theory is. I'm sorry, I just pulled your comment down. Let me put it back up. She'll also accept some of the state stuff. The state is completely lying about everything except for this piece, which helps me fill in this little empty puzzle piece that's in my mind. And I think she's got a lot of empty puzzle pieces in her mind. Yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Let's keep going.
To argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it is,
You can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about
She has a serious
logical
listening
inferences,
problem.
what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence. But we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
any
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting? But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I did say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And
I think, by the way, she's looking over at her chat. I think that's what it is. She needs that. She needs that feedback. I'm just assuming that. But she craves that attention. That's it.
Well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the
I wasn't
evidence
gonna ask if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back to
that I just
this.
said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check. And now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair to for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
But not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I don't- I feel- I think
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he
gonna
had
see me
some
on the staircase?
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on.
ahead. You're
Hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
Sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he
texting.
didn't tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
the
can
second
find it.
Everybody knows that he said, yes, it's me. You're going to hear stuff about me, whatever it was. He's paraphrasing, and she's like, I want a fact check on this paraphrase that nobody disputes, and she doesn't either. It's just her saying, this is going to be the count. How many times did she say, can we get a fact check on that? Can we get a fact check on that?
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses. He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
that happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that. From the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep. The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal.
And download Minect, and for $1,500 a minute with a 15-minute minimum, you can talk to Candace Owens. There you go.
Or Rule 403 or 402. Some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they
Answer the
constantly,
question,
I'm
woman.
1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing.
hearsay. True.
And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
But even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just, when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson.
I completely.
Okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him.
I completely disagree with this. I think she's good at obfuscating, which sounds like, and redirecting, which sounds like debating, but it's not actual debate. That's just my opinion. I think in fact, this one is proving to me, I think that she's a worse debater than we used to give her credit for.
So I'm going back to your points that you made
That's
that
just
this
my
was
opinion.
overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that
Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also wear, like, that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be...
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well,
that I
that's
find
not what you said in the
convincing.
tweet. You can tweet longer, too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters.
So basically, when you're sitting on the sofa and you're responding to one random post and you throw down a couple of lines and you go back to watching something on TV, if you don't answer it effectively, Candace Owens will go back and tell you that this is what your entire position is going to be tied to. She's not willing to go look at everything else. She's only going to look at one. Let's find a short one. Oh, there's a really short one. I bet he responded to 15 or 20 of them. Let's not compile all those together. Let's just look at the one. Just this one. It's short. He doesn't mention everything. And let's tie him to that one. What a stupid debate tactic.
Oh, wait. So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what
do
I
you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can also.
would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
if
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside.
My goodness. In fact, I might actually take a break. Let me get to TFC. Good to see you. Just found out about. Please accept scientific aspects from Candace that just found out about thunder and melting ice temperatures. Oh, text messages are not hearsay. Lance's testimony was. Aha, there you go. From the lawyer. For those of you who question it, the whole truth. 1 to your attorney at law, Gil Arbel. Here you go. Thank you for the super chat, brother. I appreciate you. Andrew needs a cigarette. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Let's see. In fact, I could probably speed this up because I think I was a little bit behind. Playback speed, let's go to 1.5. 1.75. I have no idea how far we're behind. Let's see. Just talk about the text messages. Yeah, I know. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the Minect thing, I think I played that on Gil. I think when you were on with me, I showed that one. I might have. I don't know. But yeah, $1,500 a minute with a 15-minute minimum. That's what you get from Candace. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Andrew's, I think, doing a good job because he's keeping it even keel. This is one place where she does excel. Let's give her credit where credit's due. She can flip-flop, make arguments for people, and then people end up spending more time defending the argument that they didn't make or trying to communicate that to her. And then she's very good at talking quick and insulting, just saying, "Oh, I can tell you, but I can't understand. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you." You know, little snide comments like that. She's very good at that sort of thing. But that's not debating. Andrew came to talk about the actual facts, and she's not delivering any. He's continues to try to get her to say, okay, yes, you can make inferences, but how do the inferences you are making get you to Tyler Robinson being a patsy? And she hasn't answered the question. She still hasn't answered the question. Andrew needs to point out Tyler's defense. Don't dispute exactly. Another great point. Where's the defense making the case that, any of the stuff that she has pontificated about, any of that has any credibility? I'm not seeing it. I think I may be. Am I caught up yet? No, I'm still not caught up. Still not caught up. Okay, good. All right, you guys, you take a break. I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to go full screen here. Let me, it's just because I've been drinking energy drinks. So give me 1 minute, guys, and I will be back. But it's playing. Let me make sure it's unmuted here. So if it does come back on, you guys can hear it. 1 moment. All right, and I'm back. It says, if I was drinking any coffee or energy drinks, I would be bouncing off the walls listening to this. I know. I've got a problem. I actually do have a problem with energy drinks, and I have slowed down on them a lot. I've rolled back quite a bit, but I can't help it. The problem is, her people only care that she is owning him. They don't care about the facts. Leftists never do. Fantastic point. Fantastic point right here. Yes, it's about the own. It's not about the facts.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now, just so you know.
They don't.
They want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that,
no, they don't, by the way, because the mainstream media is in bed with the Democrat Party. They love that this is happening because they love this is a divisive issue. YouTube loves it as well. All the social media accounts love it.
Let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right? Okay. Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah.
Before we get into it, I gotta say, Mama Albert, I'm so happy. I'm glad that it worked. Glad the shirt worked. We put some merch up on the store. Mama Albert wanted one for her youngin', and we were able to get one put up on the store. So I'm glad it all worked. Bless you.
I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird.
Yeah, pretty good, but not as aggressive as a lot of people would like. Lily.
We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did down to what I didn't even remember saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes.
But my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you
fascist.
see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now, they tried to suppress it, that's true, but there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
they
this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kinda
parts
like Fed
compelling.
slop?
I think this should go.
Like
I
Fed
found,
slop?
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should,
Like
Fed
slop.
see at the trial. That would be kind
Don't
of.
you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, parking
Okay.
aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, is it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone.
Yeah, this is it. She tries to speak so fast. This is it. Fast talk does not equal correct. You can speak as fast as you want, but that doesn't make you right. Some people think it does because they're, they speak like normal people. They think, oh, because she can, yeah. Let me keep going.
When he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, like, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
You said it on your show. Now give us the evidence for what you're saying.
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
Well, I mean, that's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why
it
wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
The point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved. I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check. That was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's
here?
mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone
I-
else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's she's hiding behind legal stuff. She'll go on her show and make all these crazy claims. By the way, I'm sorry for the noise. The guy that mows the yard just showed up, so apologies. But yeah, she'll make all these crazy claims on the show, but now she's hiding behind legal. Well, I can't say it, but you got to trust me. Trust me because I know no.
Bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And,
this mother,
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case.
By the way, this is it was one of my favorite sayings for somebody, and I forget it came from a movie, I think, but it was for somebody that talks a lot. You sure don't say much. That's really what I get from Candace.
You would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's
parents.
him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think
it's
that
not
they,
disagreement.
I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal.
Gil, can you, if Gil is still on, Gil, can you fact check this for us? He would know. He's a defense attorney. The Whole Truth 1-2, Gil Arbell, your attorney at law. Go follow him.
Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging.
Should have had Gil
and this
on.
is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but that's
charges.
Not, I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put
what I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second.
We're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it.
From a defense attorney in California at Whole Truth 1-2, go follow him on YouTube. Your attorney at law, Gil Arbell, says defense is absolutely allowed to present a defense at the preliminary hearing. Practicing attorney, right here. If you're on the vertical, right here. If not, if you're on the horizontal, over here.
Pressing what you view
Gil,
to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, There's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never the...
Thanks for stopping in, Natalie. We appreciate you. Thanks for all your support of the channel. You're awesome.
What the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying,
because you are leading millions of people. Sometimes we're making a political argument about this, but you're leading millions of people astray in order to think that all of that a widow who's running the most successful conservative political organization in the country with access to the most young people in the country is responsible for it, that it involves defamation, it involves things far above and beyond this trial. You are making wild and defamatory inferences. That's why it matters. It's not just what I'm thinking in my spare time. It's what you're saying to millions and millions and millions and millions of people on a loop and causing some level of psychosis in the conservative side of the country.
Saying is that the state is allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal To be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having
a
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
because
first,
they're all related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on these things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that
many,
you decide that
claims,
it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you've said.
And we should discuss the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself.
This is a common sentiment, by the way. PBD, for as big as his channel is, a lot of people they're kind of frustrated with the guy. And I mean, it's obviously the case over here in the chat. People, not a fan. People are not a fan of PBD. And I think PBD knows that probably the best thing he can do is just watch, honestly. Okay, this is interesting, and then I'll get back to it. What are people going to say about him? Because he really worries about what people say about him in a lot of ways, I think, just based off of context. And is it better off for him to be as quiet as possible to let them talk? The one thing he hasn't done is forced her to answer a single question. So she hasn't. She goes off on some other tangent, and Andrew has tried to bring her back around several times, and she can't seem to do it because she can't. She can't answer these very basic questions. So it's kind of a balancing act for PBD. Maybe it is better that he's being a bit more quiet. I do want him to force her to answer a stinking question. Which she still hadn't done. How did she get from the inference to Tyler Robinson's a patsy? She still hasn't answered it. Still hasn't. And we're 2 hours into this debate, or an hour and a half.
You should, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate is
the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. You're conceding. Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the
I do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am
I get
welcome
it.
to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm
Yeah.
totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Candace, question for you.
That Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow.
This is a great analogy, and I'm going to steal it from you, Canna Michelle. Her mind is like cement, all mixed up and permanently set. Yes, that's absolutely that's a great analogy. I like that one.
I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver, and then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car...
This is such a great point. How many murders do we actually have on video committing the murder? If that was the level of evidence needed in every case, then barely any murderers would be in prison. 100%. Absolutely. The bar is being set so much higher for this, even though we've got DNA and fingerprints and surveillance footage and a plethora, a massive amount of, and confessions. We've got a massive amount of data, of evidence. The bar is being set higher for, and it's being set to an unattainable level.
That they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital. They had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale. That's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back.
So, but it's because Andrew makes her nervous. I think that's what it is. She's scared of Andrew. So she's it's easier to look at PBD because PBD is a bit more sympathetic to her.
And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This is like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture. Here's him with the murder weapon. Right. Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. Yeah. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably
seen. We are not listening to her. So, golly. Andrew is, look, he is being and is so reasonable in this. And it's one of the things that I really like about Andrew. He's, he matches tone. But in this one, I feel like when she's coming out, he's only had to elevate himself once. really. And the rest of the time, he's just, he's going with the flow. He's staying the cool, calm, collected guy who's just saying, yeah, give me a case, lay it out, just like the prosecution has, that explains this, that, and the third, that can be linked together to create an actual case. Candace is supposed to have that same burden, right? If she's going to make these accusations, and she never does. So yeah, it's kind of frustrating, but I want to get, what are some of these comments over here? Candace had some new ads for some reason. I wonder if some of her sponsors dropped her. Look, I wouldn't buy a single product. Personally, I wouldn't buy a single product that was advertised on her channel or Tucker's channel. Under no circumstances would I. Look, we gotta vote with our wallets. That's what we do. And I wouldn't under any circumstances. Oh, here's the other point. So she talked about this emergency concreting over the thing. There is the crime scene was processed for multiple days. Once that crime scene has been processed, there is no additional evidence, data, DNA, whatever to be collected. They also had to take into consideration the psychological impacts of kids coming back to school, or young adults coming back to school, and what impact that was going to have on them for this, traumas, all this other, stuff. People have talked about why that was done, but they make it sound like it was the next day. They were in there ripping up concrete pavers or putting in pavers or whatever the situation was. And that's just not the case. They were there for days and days and days processing the crime scene. I think it was like 3 days, maybe 4. You guys can correct me down in the chat. But they got to redraw the story, redraw the narrative, make it into something that it's not. I wish Andrew would step in more, but he is kind of letting her dig her own grave, I think. Which I'm okay with. I'm okay with that. All right, let me unmute it that way when they come back on. Exactly, Devil's Advocate. Know where your dollars go. She does. She talks in circles. I agree. Yeah, he's he's pinning her down on stuff, but as a for us, like we're interested in actual information, just not like word vomit, and she's word vomiting a lot. So he's he's using 5 words where 5 words are necessary. She's using 20 words in conjecture where she should just be answering the question. So, he isn't pressing her that hard, but it's kind of letting her make her own, word salad, which is really the bulk of what she's doing here. They should have used a timer in this debate. Yeah. Well, she kind of upended the whole timetable, because they were going to do multiple, what is it, like 1 hour, each person was going to do like a 1 hour intro or opening statements and all that stuff, and she just skipped over it. Let's see. Andrew is the kind of Christian nationalist that thinks the Constitution is bad because it's anti-patriarchal, and he's a tool of division, just like Candace. Old mean lady. Yeah, well, okay, so I do not agree with Andrew theologically. I just, I'm completely separated from him theologically. In this instance, though, I'm going to be on Team Andrew, because I think that what she is doing is actually something that is demonic. I think she's the stuff she's saying about Erica Kirk, the things that she is the defamation, the attempts to pollute a jury pool, like just all the nonsense that she's doing. Andrew's just like, I'm basing this not on theology, and where I do differ from Andrew pretty drastically. However, I am taking this from the argument standpoint, and in that instance, I'm going to be on Team Andrew. Someone today, we want him to dispute her. PBD is just letting her go. He should moderate, and he is just sitting there mostly asking questions and letting her ramble on and on. Yeah, that's a valid critique. You know, we talked about this a little while ago, that is he just trying to let her talk because he doesn't want to come out of this thing saying, well, he sided on one person versus the other. That nobody can argue with. He has not been siding with one person versus the other. He's been pretty even keel about it. But there are going to be critiques on our side, and I think rightfully so, that she's the one not answering questions. Andrew is. Andrew's answering the questions. She is not. He's not pressing her, and by that metric, he's not doing a great job. I'm not overly impressed. Let's see. I just had someone today, a Candace cultist, tell me everyone is in on it in every department, framing Tyler: the police, FBI, coroner, medical examiner, his friends, his wife, other countries. Yeah, and that's where it gets I use the Chuck Colson quote where he said, you know, the guy that was allegedly part of Watergate, he went to prison, he found the Lord when he was in prison, but he said, this is how I know that the Bible is true. And that he said, this is how I know that Christ rose from the grave, is that these men went to their graves believing this and saying the same thing with consistency. I'm butchering it. I'm paraphrasing here, and you know, saying that Christ rose from the grave, and yet I was in the room with whatever it was, 12 of the most powerful men in the world, and we couldn't keep a secret for 2 weeks or 3 weeks, something like that. I ought to bring up the quote just so I'm not absolutely tearing it apart, but let's see. I'm still waiting for the Mitch Snow Fort stuff to pop up again. Yeah, I know. Well, I always enjoy your input, by the way. Yes. We like Mama Owlbear. She's good. Yep. There you go. I'm over all the feels stuff. Yeah, this is a good point here, that she's winning on control. You know, controlling the clock is a component of it, and yeah, she's doing a good job controlling the clock. Filibustering, Andrew's not pressing her. He's maybe in his mind he's saying, I'm just going to let her keep digging her own grave. Because this is going to get replay. This is going to get playback. It's going to get clipped and cut and torn apart 10 ways from Sunday. Her people are undoubtedly sitting there saying, she's spitting facts. Look at her go. Watch her go. Yeah. All these guys. Let's see if I can pull it up without messing with the program. All these guys. Oh, they're whooping and hollering. They're like, yeah, baby. Yeah, you go, girl. That's why. That's what they're doing. Oh. Oops. Oh, here we go. What happened? Hang on. What just happened? Oh, we will get caught up. Give me 1 second, guys. Did we lose our audio? Hang on. What in the world just happened? I literally just lost audio for it, guys. Oh, shoot. Hang on. It's not me. You guys can still hear me, right? Going back to YouTube.
As far as you know.
There it went.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know. Issues with
because
it.
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah, okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in meta conversation,
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay. So
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about.
Okay, now we'll get caught back up. Sorry, guys. I don't know what in the world.
Okay,
happened.
so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
Well, this is a meta conversation.
Right,
we're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right?
Okay.
So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm familiar with this debate strategy.
But I am just
yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
now this is you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say
she can't probe evidence because she's not the federal government when it comes to that particular instance, as she is saying now, but she can when it comes to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Interesting.
I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
And so
I'm not trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
Now, you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm asking is about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim.
Nobody thought they were until she said it.
Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see pulled.
We cannot say for certain or with certainty. We cannot say for certainty.
Positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what we've
point you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. And the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. The day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement. So I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay,
won't commit to her own.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
her saying that that Erica Kirk was responsible.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think they're involvement.
So if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah.
She's showing, by the way, she is throwing her people under the bus by doing this, by saying, oh no, just involvement. They are saying that they did it. That like they are convinced that this is that's what they ran with.
I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported
Maybe not throwing them
said
under the
that
bus, but-
French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's
Oh,
what
great
I
point.
think.
I have every right.
think-
How many exchange students from other countries were there? Perfect. I would like to probe Russian, Chinese, and Iranian cell phones, or whatever. Pick your country. How many exchange students do they have there? It's Utah, which is a very Zionist part of the country. How many people from Israel are there? Yeah, absolutely.
To ask you about your claim,
Yeah, but
and if there's
I
positive
said,
evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
I'm not structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
you
my
can
podcast.
say whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that.
It
I'm
seems
asking.
like you are disputing
I'm asking
it. I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to
This sums
structure
up
it in
her
a
crap.
sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were
No.
involved
There you
in the
go.
most traumatic
No.
public assassination
No.
of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example,
Then
when
explain
you're
it.
bringing up
We don't watch your podcast
where's your
all the
evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to
so it's
doubt
not a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
I
to me.
can ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're
Sharing a
basically
load of
coming in
nonsense.
like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say it.
anything. I'm asking
Well,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive and
think.
like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me to
just
say
kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher
if you
up
need to,
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No.
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody is-
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I
as
ask
possible.
a question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
So if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you-
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes.
are? Okay.
It seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
No, you just moved on. You just moved on because it was a nonsense BS claim. We're on the ground in Utah and in France. There you go. And this is the thing. This is her answer. Was her answer. What about the hard evidence? What about the hard facts? No. You don't think that the tens or hundreds of thousands of people would care? No, they just watch my show. I'm not beholden because I've got a podcast. I'm not beholden to any credibility. I'm not required to provide evidence or proof. I've got a podcast. If you're watching somebody who believes that, you're watching the wrong person. And there's a lot of them, by the way. Some of them I'm going to start bringing up a little more often. Dee got a podcast kid. He's a menace.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship.
Yeah.
This isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they if they didn't come get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information? more of the information because it was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah. This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you
nothing
send
to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on.
Well, I sent the email assuming that's you kept saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, hey, what's more information? We're investigating this, and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they.
Oh, that's interesting. Thanks for the super chat, user. Yeah, her eyes blink wicked fast when she gets stressed. That might be a tell. Let's pay attention to that more.
Were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question.
executive
and then I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
Those are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
It was they were
got it.
saying the French foreign. That person, as a part of it, was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
Let
government.
me ask one question. Let me just ask one question. Let me just ask one question, and then I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD.
How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. Nope. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, That's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like
Well,
saying
I mean, aren't most of the people
No,
you ask questions of not
technically, no.
actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or
They turn on Turning Point USA because of the nonsense that you've been spitting on your channel to a bunch of hive-minded cultists, I guess is the best way to put it. This is where she is a genius. I will give her this. She is a genius at saying a whole bunch of crap and never answering a freaking question. It's a simple question. If you expect everybody to give you answers, don't you owe something in return? And she's not even answering that. She said, no, this people just watch my podcast. That's it. That's it. Like I'm learning. This is so revealing to me. More and more and more, I understand just how big of a stinking grifter she is, and she is a very, very talented obfuscator. She's very talented at doing cheetah flips and somersaulting her way out of a conversation or out of giving any answers. This is how I
there
expected
has
this was going to go.
been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust. I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people act like I'm ground zero.
I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better.
Nope.
Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that.
Lily.
One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
well, what does
using
that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100 million.
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want back.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. Let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence in the debate. So now you're chopping it up.
What does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning.
This is why I know another reason I know she's a leftist, but or she's better at political commentary than she is at any of this other crap that's making her, made her $300,000 for this thing, is because it's, what I actually meant. This is what they all do. What I actually meant. They should have played the full clip. And there's plenty of other clips out there. It's just so infuriating. We know exactly what she meant. She knew exactly what her sycophants were going to run with, which is that she's complicit in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's it. She say, no, complicit in, and then goes on with another narrative. Something else. So you're just clipping me out of context.
What she's wearing.
As if people hadn't been sitting watching this for a year.
And all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here.
And by the way, I'm going to play this or read this one super chat here. Thank you so much, user, for your super chat. FYI, the government will usually confirm the intelligence through a different source before coming and getting information from the person who reported it. Yeah, this is talking about what she reported to the DNI and all these other people, these other agencies, Dan Bongino, President Trump, all these folks. They're going to confirm it through other sources, and they have access to other intel sources. If they thought it was credible, then an investigation would have ensued.
Because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay, so this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that
Erica
is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that.
Or when you were making a crap ton of money off of it, as she has been.
The meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life.
See, here's before we go on, this is a good point. I wish there was video of the meeting between Erica and Candace, and Erica released it. Erica's not going to do that because Erica, at being the leader of this large organization, has a higher standard. Candace hangs out in the gutters. Like, she's not under any... she's got a completely mentally captured audience, so she is locked in to the lies, to the deceit. And here, she just said it today, that she's not worried about any evidence. It's not about evidence. I've got a podcast. It's just I got a podcast. People are just listening. I just tell them stuff, whatever I want to tell them, draw whatever conclusions I want to draw. I'm not required to have any evidence, and I'm not required to answer any of Andrew's questions. Erica can't do that because Erica is responsible for a big organization. She's an actual responsible adult. Candace just married a guy with British lord lineage, lives the high life, and she talks crap in her basement. She's under no obligation to be truthful or honest, and she's proven that. And she has leaned into that lifestyle, to that career path.
Went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be.
Okay, sorry, I got to stop again. She is talking. This is a good point because I was thinking this a minute ago. You beat me to it. Cool, Mom. She's treating this like it's her show. She's talking like this is her show, except it's not scripted as her show is and pre-recorded and pretending to be live. No. This is her acting like she's on her show. It's not a debate. She's not debating anything.
Running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop, you suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
I actually I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, and that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and by the way, what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No, come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender?
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded,
of that claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man, because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica.
Have you ever been critical of somebody that you hadn't met, and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of, and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb,
what a lefty move.
Let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that
offensive. It's so offensive. You called him retarded. You call him the R word. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a triggered lefty. What a triggered lefty. This is ridiculous. She's hanging on it. This is filibustering. This is trying to burn down the clock. That's what she's trying to do. Burn down the clock so I still don't have to answer any stinking questions. My Lord have mercy. Andrew's he's being good job so far, Andrew, except that you weren't like the start of it. You were a little slow to get started. He's just making sense. All he's doing is approaching this like a normal human being. And she's like, she's just backed into a corner and she's hanging on a tweet. Some simple tweet, like a lefty saying, "You remember when you said this 15 years ago? You still think that? You still think that? Oh, you're such a pig." It's smack talking on the internet. My goodness.
Spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Well,
yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. Okay. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office 6 days later.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
This is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms. Yeah. But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
your team is asking.
Step in.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past. It accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they pull up random clips and they're like, what's this? What's this? You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory,
I think John Bray's theory should be explored, yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility, yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work. And I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was
Rob O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience. Yeah. So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. And I'm going to just say think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And well, because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and you
can fact check it.
I know that they're on break again. I've never thought this was the greatest argument, because it does. I mean, you can see it when a bullet shoots. There's a wake that's left in the air, and so it dissipates, and you can actually watch. We could see it actually in an artillery round. Very obvious, because I was artillery when I was in the Army. But on a rifle, you can see it as well. In fact, you can go watch long range shooting. And when you see the shot through the scope cam, you can actually watch the round move. And what it's doing is it's dissipating the air. What seems to me to be the most obvious is that it's the energy transfer from cameras, by the way, that are only shooting 24 to 30 frames a second. That's usually the frame rate that they're shooting. So we are capturing the speed of a bullet, which is impossible to capture and actually track the bullet with 24 or 30 frames a second for something that's moving 2,700, 2,800 feet per second, whatever the muzzle. I don't know the muzzle velocity of a 30-06. But the energy transfer is what makes the most sense, and it's happening in while it happened in a shorter period of time, what the camera frame rates are capturing is different. And this is also why, like I say, when you don't see it, it's because there's motion blur with 24 frames a second or with 30 frames a second for something that's moving fast. If you watch ultra slow motion cameras that are shooting at hundreds of thousands of frames a second, then you can see a bullet actually moving through the air. Otherwise, you see it as either a streak or you don't see it at all, because it's not captured at the same time that the shutter is. If the shutter is open or closed, it depends on when that is, and it's in and out of the frame before the camera and the sensor have the ability to capture it. So I've never thought that it's the wake of the bullet that was moving his shirt. I've always thought it was the energy transfer, and because so much has happened in such a short period of time that a standard cell phone camera can't capture, that's the difference. So that's just my take.
Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular, and it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt move like that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw, and clearly it's not what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right, thank you.
My goodness. Yeah, and the other thing is when they say, oh, they're emptying the SD cards instead of giving first aid, they act as though the people emptying the SD cards and the ones administering first aid and taking Charlie are the same people, and they're not. They're different people. There's different people there doing different things. People think about, this has all been settled, but, taking SD cards out, something traumatic just happened, and you take the SD cards out and they turn the SD cards over so they get the footage. Candace got the footage. She wound up getting it. I turned it over to the authorities. It's just, it's crazy. But yeah, I forget who it was, has brought it up several times. Newton's third law. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. And that this is, there's literally zero evidence of an explosion. Zero. And I am shocked she went back with this one, that she decided to make this the hill that she's going to die on. And her people will go with it because the lemmings, I tell you, those lemmings will just keep on running with it. Yeah, the queen says it. We're going to do it. Oh, that's exactly right. Your opinion is not fact, Candace. I'm still waiting for her to answer some questions that I'm longing for it. And 300, just think, Gil made this point a little while ago. $300,000 and she doesn't have to answer a single stinking question. We've been going now for 3 hours. Not to mention she's lying. She's saying, no, I never said she was complicit in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Complicit in lies, narrative, this, that, and the other. That's not what she's been running with. We all know that because we've been paying attention to this. Right? And the law of physics for two objects cannot occupy the same space simultaneously. It just shows that she's full of ish. Yeah, she is. I know that people are going to come out of this. We're going to come out of this tribal. I'm wholly convinced that Candace is still full of crap. She has done absolutely nothing to convince me. Andrew, a guy that I'm very clear with, whom I disagree with on a lot of things, but on this one, he's just being the cool, calm head, and she's just digging herself into a hole. She's treating it like it's her podcast, and that's what's frustrating. We don't like her podcast. Her podcast sucks. People like it because it's whatever, exciting, because she's got new BS that she's throwing out there. She's shaping a story. She tapped into the true crime, whatever, the formulaic way that they can do true crime, because it's been popular for a very long time, and got it. But I didn't come here for that. I wanted her to actually answer some questions. And in the back of my mind, I never really thought that she would. Yeah, that's right. Her team really hasn't fact-checked her at all. This is very true. Yeah, Elise, she got $300,000 for doing this. $300,000. And she only backtracked. I'm assuming she backtracked from the $500,000 that he originally offered. That I'm guessing that she backtracked off of the $500,000 because she was taking heat online. People were saying, "Are you kidding me?" I did the math, and it comes out to like $140,000 an hour. In this instance, she's getting like $100,000 an hour to sit and spout nonsense and answer zero questions and say, in her own words, "No, I've got a podcast. I don't have to bring evidence." That's the one that's just stuck with me, and I can't get it out of my head. I don't have to answer those questions. No, it's what we paid you for those. People paid you to answer these questions. If she has followers after this still, there's literally something wrong with their heads. She'll have a lot. And in fact, I think that the way she's approached this is, again, she's approaching it in a way where she doesn't have to answer for anything. She treats it like her podcast, so that's what her people are familiar with, and that's what they hear. They take it all as fact and as, whatever. This is exactly what the sewing circle, the hens masquerading as dudes that I showed you before. It's exactly what they were saying. She has got to let's see, she can't get him to, let's see, if she can get him to not ask her to prove any of her claims, then she can win the debate. That's what they were saying. Remember, America's not, well, that's true. That's true. In all fairness, I'm sure that she'll get a lot of likes from the Bangladeshi cell phone walls, like walls of cell phones run by bots. The bot farms in Bangladesh. I'm sure that they're having to crank the AC down to keep them from overheating with their comments and their likes. Although we have to admit there are still hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people maybe, across all platforms that do listen to her. Let's see. I have unfollowed so many people on Instagram because they think she is right. Yeah. There's plenty of sheeple. There really are. Part of you feels bad for them. So this is where my mind goes. Part of me feels bad for them. But the other part of me says, now you're an adult. Like you should know better. I'm going to speed this up even more because I think we're way behind. I'm assuming that they are back already. Yep, they are back.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twigs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, but if you're if you want to play the
this
clip
is
to
directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk.
Well, yeah, you obsess about
All
it.
right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
That's why
sure.
I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you'll be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro, and straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek. And then I explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to,
You don't owe me anything. I make my whole show about saying how you owe me everything. And I make accusations for which I have no evidence. And even though it could be completely false, but I'm going to go ahead and take the narrative and run with it to try to force them to give me the evidence to which or the information to which I am not entitled. What a crafty, crafty little witch. Wow. Wow. Demonic possession is real.
say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever, unless you have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind
entire
of filling the air
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
If you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But
you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So I guess I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air with nonsense because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job at that.
But I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of context clips of Andrew
but
to try to repair.
expressly said
Please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring claims,
We did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't happen?
The way that you're framing the exchange, that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position. I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing hang on.
And
there's nothing here except holding you to account for your claims.
Yes or no. Well, hold on. We were supposed to be debating the case and whether or not there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've said.
And we got through.
And like 4 out of...
And by the way, I'm going to hit some of the Rumble chats. So Utah 101 said, "Shut up, let Andrew talk." Sorry, I missed that over on Rumble. I'm actually streaming on Rumble today. And then Irish Lass says, denies that air is displaced by moving objects. If you're talking about me, because I might have sounded like that, I'm just saying that I don't think that the air displaced was sufficient to move the shirt prior to the bullet impacting him, because the bullet is moving at a greater speed. And so that was the argument I was making. If it was me you were talking about, I don't know. With her, she just okay. You're talking about Candace. Okay, yeah. She denies it outright. I deny that I acknowledge that it's a possibility, but that just didn't seem like the most feasible to me. So thanks for watching, Irish Lass. Appreciate you.
5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general perception
I don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so
think quite a few of them were. Were there 3
just made
Ericas
it up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked about them.
Well,
right?
Okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
Well,
Your team has one more clip they want to play from 7 days ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
we
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
I don't know what
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
No, it's not.
Okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
Still
we've
happy to
done
have it
everything
lefty.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
She's a Lou.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
Megan, I've got to ask what a heffalump is. I don't know what that is. It's a funny word. I've never heard it before.
You need the Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it, so
that's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
Come on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
said.
towel.
It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
I've said this
DNA
4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like
you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate,
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
want to
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence, you know. It's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there.
That's it.
Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the
Yeah.
question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name
7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can you
I
name
think
all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to put
'em.
your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all
Oh,
is because
gosh.
aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And
Oh, she is. I want to. You guys know I don't swear, and I'm not going to. She is so full of ish. It is unbelievable. Now starts the drama. We've gotten to the end. She hasn't answered a single question. She hasn't provided any evidence for her claims. In fact, she has said the opposite, that she's not required to because she's got a podcast. This is her theme throughout the whole thing. She's got the podcast. And now she's going to go into some sort of her best attempt at some eloquent response to all of this. And it's Andrew talking fast. Andrew, who has been sitting there the entire time, calm, cool, collected, trying to get her to answer questions with no help from the moderator, PBD, who has done a terrible job. She's the one who's been talking fast and trying to dance around the issues, doing cartwheels and cheetah flips to get out of answering anything, never actually gets to it. And now she's going to turn it around on Andrew. And this is the part that this is the only part I think that she had actually planned. And this is the part that her people are going to replay on a loop.
You can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges
by the way,
that he just asked you about.
Quick,
if you guys want to,
from the defense attorney, aggravated murder. Here we go. Gil Arbel, your attorney at law, Gil Arbel at Whole Truth 12. Aggravated murder is murder. Okay, let's go now.
hold that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent.
I said offense in the presence of a minor.
In front of a child.
Yeah.
So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's
see if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so
have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 311 to 1132 because after that, I
would have
need to
asked
read
the
it.
same question.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I have is Signal. You can check that too.
Well, and here's
I only
here's
have
the
Signal.
thing. This is why
Telegram I used in Russia.
I'm going to sound conspiratorial by saying this, but when she's sitting there and she's looking off and she's filibustering and there's long pauses, maybe we could go back and play that part. In my mind, I thought somebody is in her ear. That was my thought because she didn't know. You could tell by her response. Because I mean, the average person is going to say, "Oh, is this? These are the 7 charges," and they're just going to rattle them off. And she didn't, and she was pausing. I might be conspiratorial. Maybe she did know them.
And that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case,
Yeah.
I just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need
have
to
the
do that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you
never-
haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just said the opposite. I said there is a
Well,
receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah,
but,
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that
Stay tuned.
having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but I'm
well, I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And
under...
then you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair
information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
About
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding...
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well, wait
the
a
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it.
In the prosecution has nothing to do with it. The prosecution has basically nothing to do with any of her timeline or data. All of her timeline and data, her official timeline, is made up crap. So to say, well, the prosecution hasn't... No, since when have you cared about the prosecution? Or the defense or anything outside of your own speculation, conjecture, and made up crap?
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you and you got to like keep pushing this or like...
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt, you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Combo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't mean
you
that
don't
at all.
know any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux of aggravated murder versus murder.
It's ridiculous.
Death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here.
I know, Elise, I'm going to pull this one up. Prayers for her husband knows what this is. I won't go into the any conspiracy stuff about it, but George Farmer is I think husband in name only, but now he knows what he got. He knows what he got.
I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this. When it came in, I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure.
Cool.
You can keep whatever
Great.
you want there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you.
No hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts. When we set out to create a shoe that blends comfort, fun.
I don't care about your shoes, Patrick. My goodness. This is exhausting. Absolutely exhausting. Oh, I'm speeding it up here so we can get towards, I don't know. It could be over for all I know. Let me see it. Let me see if I'm off on this. How far off I am. Oh yeah. Yep. Okay. We'll keep going. We're going to finish this bad boy up.
Whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it's just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere maybe we
stalemated,
it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you.
If this, by the way, I will get back to this. If you're going to come into the comments and just repeat the same thing over and over again, go somewhere else. We're not interested. Whoever that Niva, whatever it is, under pressure, because a woman has got it. You don't like that Rachel Wilson has 3 baby daddies. How about you talk about there's a whole chat here. Talk about the actual issue. And no caps. Thanks.
I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which is a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Well, that was a nothing burger. My goodness. She just, a masterful job by Candace Owens of not answering one damn question. Not one. Not one. Not one. Not one. Her bank account was, that's exactly right, Lily. And we had one of her fans in the chat. I'm going to bring up, this is because this is the level of their intellect. I love it. All caps. They got to do all caps, right? Because it's like writing in all capital letters. They can't write lowercase. And this is it. I'm gonna give them. Here you go. We are platforming a man whose wife has 3 baby daddies. His queen, or her queen, whatever. Her queen requested $500,000 to do the debate, but we're platforming him, even though we didn't do the debate. And this is what they do. His wife has 3 baby daddies. They come back in again. That loser's wife has 3 baby daddies. Debate, ha ha ha. Tell him to debate his wife over 3 baby daddies. These people are functionally retarded. There you go. And of course, they made one about me and I haven't banned him yet. But stupid people. This is why they keep an audience, and this is how they will keep an audience. How she will keep an audience. They are so latched in. They are cultists of. I want to get Gil's. In fact, I want to get Gil's opinion on this. Skipping away from the cultist stuff. Gil, I'm going to DM you. Let's see the best way to bring you in. If you're available, are you still available, Gil? And I don't know if I can do it after I've started it. I will have to see. Open up interview as an option. He might already be off, or he might be at work or whatever. Dang, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Yeah, I know. It's like 3 o'clock. It's like about ready for a beer tonight. My goodness, after that one. No, you really can't fix stupid. Yes. Okay. Gil is available. All right, Gil, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to DM you a link, and make sure you got headphones on, because my software will have an absolute fit with echo. So if you got a set of headphones, and let's see, The Whole Truth. There we go. All right, I'm going to send that one. Hopefully I don't have an echo. That's what I'm hoping. Government runs into politics. Politics runs into religion. Religion runs into what you believe. Yeah, politics is downstream from culture. Culture is downstream from worldview. And as I always say, and will continue to say, politics and culture have merged. Yeah. So let me see. I'm going to pull up. In fact, let me do this. So you guys give me one moment, and I'm going to test out my split screen so that I can bring in. Yeah. Okay. So this should work. Gil, you should have it in your DM. I should have brought you on earlier, honestly, bro. But I was afraid to do it in the middle of the debate, in the event that I happened to make a boo-boo. But yeah, so I DM'd Gil. If you guys haven't done it already, do me a favor. Hit all the free buttons below. Helps me in the algorithm. Here we go. Gil Arbell coming on board. All right, we can add him. Assigned to guest 1. All right, can you hear me, Gil? Oh, let's see. Okay. Can you hear me, Gil? I shouldn't have to make it live. Let's see. Oh, here, let me unmute. Interview guest. There we go. Can you hear me? Nope. No, I can't hear you. Let me just move you to the program here. Got you, Gil?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you on my computer.
Yeah, that'd be
Thank you
good.
for having me on. I was chomping at the bit to get a chance to talk.
I should have had you on from the get-go, man. I was thinking about it, but I was worried that if I got into some audio issue that, for whatever reason, the show would stop. But the right answer would have been for me to have you on for that whole live stream, because I needed a legal mind for it.
No, you did a great job. Honestly, I would have been just slowing things down. So I think it's best that we finish the debate
right
before. So thank you.
Yeah. So okay, what were your thoughts? And I know you were interjecting on some of the some of the legal parts of it. Kind of give me your rundown for the big mistakes that you saw.
Well, so I first have to pat myself on the back a little bit, because I did say I didn't think this debate should happen. before. Not that my opinion, matters. I hope, people got as much out of it as possible, but I don't think it moved the needle for anybody. I could be wrong, but I don't think it moved the needle for anybody. I was hoping that Andrew Wilson would, com- completely humiliate her. I don't think that happened. That's kind of my overall view. If the fact that she got paid $300,000, I just, it's obscene to me.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like Andrew did poorly. He just, it was kind of like how he did with Stu Peters. It didn't move the needle. I don't think he really got any traction with anything. I don't know. What's your take on it?
So I tend to agree that it didn't move the needle a whole lot. And so people in the chat, they were pretty amped up that he wasn't, that he wasn't coming out harder at the get-go, but he admittedly said that he just matches energy. So he was trying to match her energy. And when she kind of elevated a bit, he did the same. He elevated a bit, but that only happened really once. The rest of the time, it was just a pretty standard back and forth. And I think a component of that is the environment. So they're sitting in a den setting. It's a tight space. There's not a lot of room. Yelling at each other when you're that close together doesn't happen. It's a little bit different than when you're sitting across a table from somebody in some of these more controversial type podcasts, like the Whatever podcast and all that. It was a bit different. But I was hoping that, what's the way to put this? I could tell he was prepared, but he was prepared from a very basic standpoint. I felt like he didn't, what's the way to put it? Let me rephrase. Let me start this over again, because I'm having kind of a brain fart on this one. I have mixed emotions.
Yeah. Take your time.
Yeah.
I'm in no rush.
Yeah. So, I think that when the whole thing started, he was sitting back, and I was okay with it because she was kind of digging herself into a hole. What I didn't expect was her, and what I had completely forgotten because she hasn't really done a debate in a long time, anything contested. She is exceptional at, and I said it several times throughout the stream, at doing cheetah flips, back flips, somersaults, whatever she has to do to get out of an argument and not answer. And that was the most frustrating thing. But I was also hoping that at some point Andrew had in his hip pocket the big gotcha that is going to get splashed all over the internet. And I don't feel like he ever really got that or even pushed for that. He took a common sense approach, and that's typically what he does. But he's usually got the gotchas, but the gotchas come with, I would say, even dumber people than Candace. So it's a bit easier when you're debating some wild feminist, or you're debating some, wild lefty, or whatever it happens to be. Those gotchas tend to be more frequent, and they make a lot more content. Candace, I think she has perfected, just through her show, the ability to lie seamlessly and obfuscate and flip around and get her way out of any type of commitment. And that was the biggest loss for her that I saw, but it wasn't made obvious enough, I don't think, by Andrew to have the impact that it should have. Now, she's got her cult followers that are never gonna see her do any wrong. She can't do any wrong. Whether it's Valhalla VFT or Ian Carroll or Stu Peters, any of those types of people. Although I don't know, Stu Peters still on board with her? I guess that he is. I haven't watched him, in
I think so.
Yeah. So she's got her cult members. They're not going to leave. They're not going to abandon Candace. And it doesn't matter how bad she did. That was just the case. I was hoping that the people that are in the middle ground, maybe just taking a very reasonable approach, would see that she actually never answered a single question, and that maybe that might turn a few people. What I can say definitively is that it was not a $300,000 debate. It was not a $300,000 debate in any stretch of the imagination.
No.
Now,
Right.
I want to ask you, because I want your legal opinion on this. And by the way, let's tell everybody where they can find you, because I don't think I can put up. Let me see if I can add. I want to see if I can add your name to it. I rarely use my interview option.
Don't worry about it.
So
yeah,
at Whole
I know
Truth
you're
12.
trying to help me. You don't need to go out of your way. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just look for me up Whole Truth 12. And my name's Gil Arbel.
Perfect. From a legal perspective, when she tried that gotcha and she latched onto it for a while about murder versus aggravated murder, can you give us kind of the legal perspective on that?
Well, I mean, it's aggravated murder is murder. I mean, it's like such a semantic thing. I mean, there's an aggravating circumstance, which, as we discussed yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? In this case, is that there's knowledge of great risk of death to others. But whether or not it's aggravated murder, written down versus murder, it's the same idea. That's such a trivial point to make, and she was just trying to get him and it got you. I mean, no offense to Andrew, and I'm not his hugest fan, but I respect him, especially on this issue. But he probably should have known the counts a little bit better. Just stuff like that. I mean, not that it really means that much, but you would think, he's getting paid a lot of money too. So I think he should have come a little bit better prepared. I also, I'm sure we'll talk about this. I would have put up the Milk Bar compilation of how many times she's accused Erica Kirk. Because we keep hearing, oh, she's never directly accused Erica Kirk of murder. And that's just not true. She's done it like 50 different ways. She's also indirectly accused her, but she's directly accused her of, taking part in the murder. And so I think that would have gone a long way, to hold her to it. Instead, the clips they brought up of her, I feel like were like, yeah, she had a way to squirm out of it. And we didn't get any viral gotchas. So yeah, I mean, I was a little disappointed. I also think PBD, it's easy in hindsight to criticize. I mean, both of them, it could have ended up much worse, So I guess PBD, it's probably best that he was mostly silent. I think that was the right move, but he was giving her too much grace. I feel like asking about the French Foreign Legion and stuff like that, like, asking why haven't they contacted? Because, dude, she's saying that the French Foreign Legion is trying to kill her. That's like ridiculous, on its face. So yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm a little vindicated in saying that this debate shouldn't have happened, but it did. So
I was pretty disappointed with PBD in some instances. Really, as the moderator, all I wanted him to do was to force her, which is the whole reason she was there, to recognize that she's not answering questions. Like that's the whole purpose, was for Andrew to challenge her on her claims, these claims that she made. And I was trying to find the Nathan Livingstone Milk Bar TV compilation of Erica Kirk. I know I've got it in my notes somewhere, but they do exist. There's a lot of them that he has put together.
Yeah.
And so this is when they did that little snippet, it does look bad when it's just playing that short little bit, but I also know they're pressed for time. So from a logistic standpoint, you only need to see that she made the claim at least once. And we know that she's made that claim over and over and over again, but she never answered. She didn't. I don't feel like I got a single solid answer out of her for anything, literally anything. And when she came out and said, this is my, he said, well, you're making all these inferences. How did you get to Tyler Robinson's a patsy? And that was like an hour. He kept saying, well, I keep asking Tyler Robinson and him being a patsy, how do we get to that? And she never would answer. So Patrick should have stepped in then. That's the point where he says, all right, you got to answer this question. Like, how did you get to that? Walk us through this claim. How did you get to it?
Right.
And he never does. Right. And I kind of thought it was it was interesting that there is a similarity, and I don't know how this works one way or the other, but making an inference. So we kind of talked about this the last time that you and I were together, was an inference on top of an inference on top of an inference on top of an inference in order to get to something. And they were trying to say the judge can't do that because it's detrimental to things. But that's every of the spider web that she's created. That's been 100% of it. Is you find a thing and you make inference and inference, and well, this is weird, and this is weird, and this is weird. So obviously we come to the conclusion that came to me in a dream that,
right,
you know, whatever. Someone should do a FOIA NIA statewide, see if they received or responded to her emails. Oh, that's interesting. Can you see are you seeing the program or are you seeing me?
I'm seeing you on my phone. I'm seeing the program is behind me.
Yeah, someone.
Yeah, somebody should do that for you, request. Not sure if that would run afoul of any privacy issues. Usually, I haven't done any FOIA stuff, but I think it matters the timeline. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have a lot of different things to say. I feel like Andrew never really got into a lot of the evidence. So that area, that route, you know, that path didn't get fully fleshed out. And then at the same time, we never got really into Candace's claims either. So it was kind of like I felt like we didn't get far into any substance. You know, looking back on it, I feel like there was very little substance. Maybe I have to rewatch it, but yeah, just that's my initial take, is that we never got her to lock down on a claim. Like you said, she never answered any questions. He didn't hold her feet to the fire about her many claims, her many obvious, you know, I would have brought up how she said Tyler Robinson had to be Spider-Man to get on the roof. And I you know, keep bringing that up because that's how I got to know Gary, is when he went to the campus and he showed that you don't need to be, you know, and if it wasn't for his video, then a lot of people would be thinking that still, because that's what she said. So this, you know, then she also on Sean Ryan said that Lance Twiggs was never interviewed. You know, that's just false. We saw the interviews. So I would have held her feet on more like definitive statements that she's made that we can, you know, say was wrong. To, you know, because I don't think she walks away from this looking any worse or any, not any better either, but just no different than from what she was before.
Yeah, and you know, if you come to something like this, like if I had been sitting out here making wild claims, and somebody was saying you don't have any evidence, you don't have any evidence for this, you know, my position's a bit easier because we've got, you know, we've had people that look at the DNA, at the fingerprints, at the camera footage, at the confessions, at this whole thing that is overwhelming. That's a lot, you know, as pretty airtight case, which more could come out. Who knows, you know, once it goes to trial and all that. But if somebody was making that accusation to me and if I was truly as convinced as Candace Owens is, or says she is, I would have come with binders of stuff, with a searchable database of digital documents, which you can do now from scanned documents. If you've got data, it can all be searchable. I would have come with that database and said, fine, I will put up every solid piece of evidence that I have, be it video, photos, documentation, and we'll go through it. I'll refute it start to finish. But the crazy thing is, she has literally none of that. She came with nothing. With nothing. Go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I mean, that's a good point. But yeah, I mean, that's what we should be expecting from the get-go, you know, but she hasn't done that from the get-go. So, again, yeah, like like I said, she doesn't come out of this any better. It's not like she supported any of her claims at all, but because she hasn't provided any evidence throughout, she doesn't come out any worse. Those that followed her before, based on these vague speculations, are no less likely to follow her going forward. So that's a great point. Yeah. She didn't have anything to back up anything. Yeah.
No. And to her credit, that's pretty crafty. That's pretty, you know, it's pretty smart on her part because she's going to keep raking in the money. She's just $300,000 richer for one stinking show.
Yeah.
Which is still the dollar amount blows my mind. Kevin Smith.
And
Oh, sorry,
not even to mention the likely super chats and ad revenue and other things that she's going to make from this. It's probably going to be much higher. But yeah, it's obscene. It's obscene. That's why I didn't support it. But I don't want to be a broken record.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna the view count is gonna be massive. I haven't looked to see how many streamed Andrews. In fact, I ought to check that out right now. Let me look here. So if I go to YouTube and go to the Crucible, the Crucible.
I also,
Go ahead.
if I give another criticism of Andrew here, I've encountered this degraded DNA in like X Spaces, this talking point. So I think he should have come with a little preparation, a quick chat GPT search on like why Tyler Robinson's DNA might be more degraded than other people's, even if he handled the gun more recently. There's a lot of easily plausible explanations. Number one, he could have wiped the gun down with this towel, where he handled it. Number two is certain people just, and this is per ChatGPT, but I'm sure an expert, would know better, but certain people don't leave DNA on items as much as other people, just the way it could be that he was very sweaty and it just, rubbed off. And it could be that they just didn't get good swabs of his DNA and they got better swabs of other people's. So, he didn't, counter that with those points. Not that it would have made that much of a difference, but I feel like he should have been more prepared for the main talking points, and that's definitely one of them. He did come better prepared on the 30-06. He knew his stuff on that.
Yeah. I kind of made the comment during the show that I felt like that argument was, and by the way, I need to say something over here to Irish Lass 43 over on Rumble. Thank you so much. You can't see that one, Gil, because I can't put Rumble chats up on the broadcast. So I apologize to my folks over on Rumble. But Irish Lass, thank you for being involved in the chat so much. I do think there's a high probability he was groomed. Exactly why we must protect free speech, how to build a cult. So she says she is very important. Remember that, narcissist. So that's funny. And then she said, "Gay men make the best husbands." Candace Owens. Irish Lass, you're over here. You're not talking to yourself. I apologize because it's way off to the side, and so I miss it, and I look over and I'm like, "Oh crap, there's people over here." So thank you for being engaged. I appreciate you. I want to just numbers. We'll go through numbers, and these are live stream numbers that are just appearing in searches. So PBD had about 400,000 streams. Candace Owen had 1 million. I don't know if you account for the Indonesian bot farms, how many that is, but the overall number was 1 million. I always say the Bangladeshi bot farms, walls of cell phones boosting her content. But Andrew Wilson had like 150,000. So his channel is significantly smaller. But I wanted to, in my mind, I wanted to see if you had any thoughts on whether this hurt Andrew Wilson. Do you think that, the way that he approached this one, because he is the Bloodsport debater guy, and in this one he kind of had to take a more docile approach, which he did. Do you think this hurt him? This is just opinion. I don't know. I teeter on it.
I don't know. My personal opinion, sometimes like when I'm making arguments to a jury or something, what I think is really, significant doesn't land with the jury, and then other smaller points do land. So it's hard for me to know how other people perceive things. My take on it is that he didn't do bad, but he could have done a lot better. So I wasn't very impressed. But I wasn't like, oh, he's horrible. It was just like, I expected more. I don't know if it hurts him. I don't think that his fans are gonna like leave him over this, but I don't think he's gonna really pick up too many new fans either. I feel like this was a pretty mediocre overall for all sides.
Yeah, there were several gotcha moments. I mean, there were several like I think wins, but I'm just looking at overall for a 3 hour. I mean, I've been live streaming now for 4.5 hours, and that doesn't count the hour that I was doing before when my internet cut out, so I can't quite use my timer. But I've been live for like 5.5 hours, which is absolutely nuts.
Wow.
And
but yeah,
I was gonna say I
want to hear your opinion.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I want to hear your opinion. Which gotcha points did you find most compelling?
So I'm trying to remember back to the specific ones. I should have taken notes on it. I'm remembering based off generalities, if I'm being honest with you, Gil.
Yeah.
I feel like
Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No.
I know it's hard to remember
that's
right
fine.
away.
That's fine. When I respond in the moment, sometimes I let stuff go in, and then in my brain it just kind of evacuates and goes out the other side. What would be the best gotcha moments?
Or anyone in the chat, if you care to opine. I'm just curious because I always want to know like what sticks with people.
Yeah.
If I were him, I would have brought up a lot more of the text messages. But I mean, their answer is that it's fabricated. But there's certain text messages that I feel like really couldn't be fabricated. So the text messages to me are like the nail in the coffin. But I want to hear from other people. What they feel.
Yeah, you guys let us know in the chat. I do want to respond to Devil's Advocate, who's been, by the way, very active in the chat today. A lot of you have, and I appreciate it. Has Al Jazeera and Russia Today retweeted the debate yet? Yes, they did. They were tweeting about it 58 minutes ago. Russia was. So RT was retweeting. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is big for them. Candace is big for them.
That's interesting. Is this picked up on any U.S. mainstream media?
That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't even looked. We should look and see. I was going to say that I felt like he honed in on the receipt, and I thought that was a good closer. So towards the end, when he was honing in on like, you've made this part of your timeline, you have said that this is officially part of the Candace Owens official timeline, and yet no verification of this has been done. A normal discerning person, I think, would say, okay, well, yeah, why is that? Why haven't you? That was a good component. Right. Starting towards the beginning, he did hit her on the French Foreign Legion thing, and that was one that frustrated me because she, again, doing cartwheels out of the conversation, and never really answered it. But it was, well, where was the follow up? And I think you made the point in the chat. It might have been you that, or somebody did. That if they thought that there was something credible, they would have taken steps. They would have reached out. There would have been investigations. There would have been, and especially if it was 3 people. But if they get a piece of information, they're like, well, this is a nothing burger, then they pass it on. The problem is maybe it's their communication with her that they should have said, we found nothing credible. And maybe they did, and she's just not saying anything because she is a notorious liar. And it could be that bad communication with them, and they said this is a nothing burger. They did absolutely nothing with it, and she just keeps running with it or ran with it as if it was a thing. But what we realize in her commentary is it completely went away. So my indication was she got some indicator that it was a nothing burger, but when it's brought back up again, she can just easily, because I think of the cult mindset, revitalize that as, well, I did, and I don't know. And it was, well, I'll put it on the FBI and on President Trump and on Dan Bongino for not doing their due diligence, even though they may have, we don't know. And she just kind of, just rolls with it. And so her cult is not going to question it. Like, they're just not going to question anything that she does. That's another point where I think middle of the road people could say, okay, yeah, that is weird. Why is it that Egyptian planes were a thing? Why is it that the French Foreign Legion was a thing, and we haven't heard about it in 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. It's not a thing. She's, in fact, right after it happened, she was going to Dollywood. She was going out in the public. She obviously wasn't concerned about it. And, some people mentioned that he should have brought up the Egyptian planes and he should have brought up some other points. Another issue I have is the amount of time. So 3 hours and some change is what they had allocated for the number, just to try and flesh it out with her filibustering on every answer and never actually answering. It takes longer than that to sift through all the crap that she's done in 1 year. If this trial goes on, or it's not going to happen for another, what do you think, 12, 18 months? Would that be your guess?
Something like, usually, yeah.
How much more damage is she going to do? And we'll never get out of it. Like we'll never be able to sift through all of it.
Yeah. It's a good point. And I agree with you. I didn't know that the receipt thing became so prominent with her. I heard about it through somebody else and then looked into it, and it was a big nothing. So I didn't know that she was going with it so much. But yeah, I think Andrew, bringing up the French Foreign Legion was a good idea. But like you said, he should have added to it. What about the maroon sweatshirts? Wasn't that a thing? What about the Egyptian planes? Wasn't that a thing? Well, and brought up, like, if he brought up like a dozen one after the other, then she would have looked more foolish. But since he brought up one thing that made her look foolish, she was kind of able to squirm. And then PBD, I didn't like how he sort of legitimized it, in my opinion. But whatever. So yeah, I think he could have like gish galloped her a little bit, and asked her, okay, so that explains the French Foreign Legion, now explain the Egyptian planes. Okay, that explains the Egyptian planes, now explain the trapdoor. And just really hold her feet more to the fire for her own claims.
Yeah, Kevin says he did bring up that the defense didn't question the parents and that the parents have not spoken out concerning Robinson's alleged confession. So
that was a... Yeah, sorry.
No,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, that's a good point, and I brought this up to others before, is because they keep saying, why didn't the prosecution call the parents? And there's a number of reasons why the prosecution wouldn't want to call the parents, but the defense is also allowed to call witnesses. And why didn't the defense call the parents to testify? And her response is that this is not the time for the defense to put up a defense. And if Andrew, I don't expect him to know everything, but I put up a defense at the preliminary hearing. Yeah, there's some strategy. What, you might not want to put up everything, but you're allowed to put up some defense, and that would be a big one. So that was a good point that was brought up by Andrew, but it didn't get substantized, if that's a word. Substantiated.
Yeah.
It kind of got lost.
And that felt like a lot of things. As points were brought up, everything fizzled into something else. And so it's like if she was being an honest broker in this, it would be Andrew asks question, Candace gives answer. Candace is, as she is notorious for doing, she's expected to give an answer. And as I said during the show, she treated it like her podcast. So she bloviated and she pontificated and she danced in circles. And I don't think Andrew was following it, or I think he was following it, but he didn't stop and jump in and nail her on things. Right. And so it kind of fizzled away. And because there was no moderation or no expectation from PBD, it turned into we just roll on to the next thing. Like, you didn't answer the question. Yeah. I think Andrew was probably frustrated, I could imagine. But it was just so many of the points were anticlimactic. When you wanted an answer, none was given, and they moved to another topic. And she's, I don't have to answer that. I don't have to, because I got a podcast. That's the one that's stuck in my brain. Where they, what about your evidence? Well, I don't have to have that. I don't need to do that. That people come back to my show. Right. I have a podcast. It's like, what are we doing here? Like, it's almost so crazy that you can't, like, my brain doesn't go there. Like, yeah, you got a microphone, lady, and you're talking to millions of people. That's a responsibility. And so one takeaway for me is that she doesn't see it as a responsibility. It's a money game for her. I'm making that inference that it's a money game for her. It could be political. It could be ideological. It could be vindictive because it could be narcissism. I don't know what it is, but you talk to millions and millions of people. You show up after getting paid $300,000 and she didn't fulfill her end of the bargain.
Yeah.
If I would say, I mean, he sent her the money ahead of time. So she's like, I got the check. I'm buying with all the money she's making, she's like, yeah, I'm going to go get an Aston Martin with this or whatever she's going to do with it. I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, Andrew, did say this, but again, it was kind of got fizzled out, is that nobody has a problem if somebody's like watching the prelim or all the evidence and says, you know what, there's not enough there for me to think that it's Tyler. There's more questions I have. Nobody would have a problem with that. It's because she's like accusing people of being complicit. She's saying these things with, definitiveness, that, this whole issue arose and that Andrew wanted to debate her. And her feet were not held to the fire for the specific accusations that she made. And, I'm just trying to look back, and I feel like 3.5 hours of this debate? I feel like, well, what came out of it? It just feels like that wasn't a 3.5 hour substance. I don't know. Maybe I have to rewatch it. Maybe it's because my mind is still processing it, but
I think that's part of it. Somebody said it in the chat, when I'm sitting here trying to recollect things, and it's like it cooks my brain. I'm not one of these Adderall podcasters. There's these Adderall people who they're just, I don't know if they're snorting it or if they're doing what, but they just, they go and go and go. And no, I'm on just plain old, nicotine, caffeine. And that's the gist of it. But this is a point here that Megan brought up. The part that pisses me off the most is that Andrew is so good at logical fallacies and he didn't call hers out and explain them for what they were. I think in some cases he did, but not in enough cases. Almost everything that she was asked to respond to was responded to with a logical fallacy, and he could have sat there and just debunked one at a time just based on logic. He did several times, but I think it was almost frustration on his part. And I'm putting that on him based off my own speculation. I don't know that might not be the case, but he was calm in the way he did it. Let me say this. He was calm in the way he responded, and he would be like, well, but that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. And what, I don't know how many more times I can answer this. And maybe in the middle of it, he thought this lady's too stupid to actually answer these questions. And is it possible to be mentally dense, but still, linguistically and, superior to your opponent? I don't know.
Well, I often say it's actually harder to debate someone who's like stupid than it is to debate someone who's smart.
Right.
Ironically, you think that, debating a smarter person would be like, oh, they're going to beat me and stuff. But it's actually harder to debate somebody who's stupid because they don't reevaluate your points won't land with them. They don't see the error in their own reasoning. And I don't know sometimes I waver back and forth how stupid she is. Sometimes she's really stupid. Other times, maybe not as much. But there were a few points in there that got into the legal expertise or legal arena that Andrew didn't know very well, that I feel like I could have answered a little bit better just on the few of the legal matters. But yeah, I mean, just overall, I'm like trying to remember back, and it just feels like for 3.5 hours, we didn't get much out of really either of them, but especially not much out of Candace. That's kind of like the main takeaway is like we did, there wasn't much there.
I'm going to play let me see if I can pull up a screen share for both of us. Is that going to work? let's see, wrong screen. So let me switch to I'm on the wrong screen. That's got you in a very strange face that you're making. Let's see. We'll go to the right screen here, and then I'm going to go ahead and play a milk bar clip. Let's drag this over here. Shrink this down. All right, let's see. He's got a 3.5-minute clip. Let's
France
play
and
it.
Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that.
Okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah,
Candace
but like
Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue
positive
then? What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
Can you have
confidence
confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just
confidence.
going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent
that.
to this debate.
You know, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to my
said
heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do
wanna
is to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking-
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mhm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this.
Mhm.
I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't-
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them?
Wow. I remember that point.
Yeah.
I remember that point.
And you know what? I want to kind of reevaluate because sorry, I don't know why I can't get myself centered here.
Oh, no, it's okay. I've got that screen really small over there. That's fine.
But to Andrew's defense, yeah, in a normal debate with a normal person that's working, fair standards, that was a big success. That was a huge point that he just got. But with Candace, it doesn't seem that way. It just seems like, like that's not going to change anyone's mind that already likes Candace. Like he did hold her in a normal debate. He asked her, provide some evidence to support why you have full confidence. Yeah, obviously that's something you think, but provide evidence why. And that would be a big win in a debate. But with Candace, she's able to squirm and stuff, and it just didn't seem like a big win, you know? And I don't think it will be for any of her followers.
Yeah, it's just
So
well,
that
no, I'm allowed to ask questions. No, and you made the point earlier, which I think is the crux of it. And that is, yeah, you're making claims about people. This is about defamation. This is about ruining reputations. This is about, impact on families and businesses and all. There's far-reaching implications with millions and millions of followers that you have, which obviously, as we talked about before, she doesn't, excuse me, she doesn't see any responsibility in wielding that properly. But that's the crux of it. That's why you have to respond. You're saying this stuff, and she says, "No, it's just a podcast. I can say what I want.
Yeah,
it's just a podcast."
Right.
It's like, no, you don't understand what a podcast is anymore. This is where people are getting most of their data. These microphones hold a great deal with an audience that big, hold a great deal of power. And she's wielded like a drunken, like a drunk person with an Uzi. It's wow.
No, you're completely right, and you made this point during the debate also. Is that now she's making it sound like, oh, this is we're just speculating for fun. This isn't really serious. And then when it comes to her podcast and her followers, no, they think you're serious. They think you have reason to believe that Israel did this with France and TPUSA and Erica. They don't think of it as just fun speculation for shits and giggles, pardon my language. But now that's what you're falling back on. It's like, I'm allowed to think. But that's not what you're making it sound like during your shows, So she's so disingenuous. And yeah, I mean, to be fair to Andrew, I probably would have done worse looking at it, because you're dealing with somebody in bad faith. It's not easy.
Yeah.
So
yeah, actual back and forth conversations with people, those can be productive, and it's not about changing that person's mind when they're drawn into whatever worldview you're trying to change, or whatever political view you're trying to change. It's about the people that are watching, and specifically around this issue, and a couple other political issues. Let me rephrase. It's really about one issue. It's really about Israel. That's the big thing. It's their, this is the line that they draw to everything. All roads lead to the nation the size of New Jersey in the Middle East. And so that's like the wedge. That's the big wedge issue. And they are tying this to it, which is why it's the French Foreign Legion, and it's Israel, and it's, TPUSA, which is a fairly Zionist organization. And, you tie it to whatever, Donald Trump, and draw lines however you want to draw lines along all that stuff. That's really the big wedge issue. And I forget where I was going at that point. I got distracted by the super chat. Sorry, I've got the attention span of a gnat.
I often say, and like with Tucker Carlson, for example, also, that, so many people are trying to analyze, how did he change? How did he, why is he different? And to me, it's like, everything becomes really kind of straightforward if you just accept that he's a Jew hater. And a lot of this comes down to that. But I don't know. But I don't know if that's because I'm Jewish. That's the way I see it. But I feel like it does explain a lot of it. I mean, with Candace, there's other things also. But the way she brings in so many people is by bringing it back to the Jews. I think she has a problem with Erica Kirk, on
I agree with
personal level. But that's not going to draw in as many people, which, I mean, it still has drawn in a lot of people. I still have yet to figure out why so many people have a problem with Erica Kirk. I just have it's like flabbergasting to me. But anyways, just to your point, it's like the through line does seem to be the Jews in Israel. That's the way to really reach a wide audience.
Yeah. I'm going to read this super chat. Roberto Calamari, what an interesting username. It says, issue is Candace is constrained by logic or facts.
I would say issue is that she's not constrained by that.
Right, is not constrained by that. Isn't, sorry, so there's no, you can I'm not 100% certain what that means. Thanks for the super chat, so I appreciate it. Am I reading that wrong? Isn't. Sorry. So there's isn't. Okay.
That's what I was going to
okay.
say.
Yeah. Isn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I wish you didn't have to send me another $1.99, but that's okay. I'll take it. I got it. Isn't constrained by logic or facts. There you go.
That's what I thought he meant also when he said it.
Yeah. Well, and I read it as a completely separate chat, and I'm like, that doesn't quite make sense, but I get you now. Just a correction. It's $2.
Yeah,
$2 typo.
and that's the thing. It's much harder to debate someone like that. You think that it's like easier to debate somebody who doesn't have logic and reason on their side, but it's much harder because there's no standard that you can hold them to. You know, as we just saw, Andrew, that last clip he played of him, that was a big win for him in a normal debate.
Yeah.
But this, isn't going to have that effect.
Yeah. Sidestepping, she has lawsuits and possibly more coming, says Gitch Gummy. I wanted to hear the prelim brought up more. Okay, Kevin says. Officer Brian Davis was, I'm going backwards. So Officer Brian Davis was on the stand and wrote the affidavit of probable cause and wrote Robinson's confession, Robinson confessed or implied he committed the crime. The defense didn't ask Davis one question and could have. I wanted to hear the prelim brought up more.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I feel like Andrew, and I'm sorry if I'm going too hard on the guy, but he should have come out with a list of like 10 to 12 points that were brought up at the prelim, the evidence. They got too bogged down in, the fingerprint and DNA on the gun. He should have just gone through the text messages, the surveillance footage. There's other things that I like to bring up, which is that we have Google Map route searches from Tyler Robinson's phone, which show him going to a car wash shortly after the murder in the area. It shows him in front of the Nest Cam in the area, like a lot of other corroboration. And we didn't get into that. And then, the text messages are just so damning. And I would have countered her point. Like she said, how do we know that somebody didn't sign into her Apple? And I would have said, well, how do you know that somebody did? So why does that seem more likely than not? It's possible, but the defense could have subpoenaed those records and brought that up at the prelim. And I also always bring up, like, why hasn't the defense brought up an alibi yet? That's something you're allowed to bring up at the prelim. And if it's compelling, you get him out of jail right now. So, on the legal front, I feel like Andrew had some more points that he could have made, but I don't know if it would have moved the needle either. So,
yeah. Devil's Advocate says, if Andrew couldn't state the 7 counts, then he wasn't genuine in his concern for Charlie's murder. That's what she said. And you were correct, that's what she was trying to pin on him. That's, again, towards the end, it was the bloviating to end strong, even though she had been doing cheetah flips for 3 hours. It was about ending strong. The end is how it's like the speech at halftime, which is really what that is. That was the first half. Halftime is now after the debate, and her people are going to run with it. That's the second half, and who's going to win it. And so that was her speech to them, which is, you've done this, and it was ad hominem and just, silly stuff. And, oh, you didn't know the 7 counts? You couldn't name them off the top of your head? You don't actually care about this as much as I do. It was a complete virtue signaling argument to make, which her people love, because that's the bulk of their arguments are virtue signaling and just made up shit. That's what all it is.
And then Andrew kind of, he should have known the 7 counts, but that doesn't mean shit. But he should have, I think,
he should have.
But and he kind of shot himself a little bit in the foot by asking to see her text message. I was like, no, don't do that, because now she has a chance to counter that. That was.
I would not have.
Didn't help.
Yeah, I would not have done that.
Because how hard is it to remember 7 counts? That was like the only thing she knew. You're right. So
It's the
and she
only
couldn't
straight
even
answer she
describe it
gave.
very well.
Yeah, it was the only
What's
straight.
that?
It was the only straight answer she gave the whole time. Was listing
Right,
the 7
right. So it's
counts.
like, okay, congrats, you memorized 7 counts, and you don't even know that aggravated murder is murder. But she did get the law wrong. She kept saying that, like, the defense, this is not the time for the defense to put up any defense. And she also got some of the hearsay stuff wrong. That got lost in the mix. The whole point of when Rule 801 was brought up is to show that the text messages are not considered hearsay because they're actually statements by Tyler. But the testimony from Lance, that's considered hearsay. So that got conflated. Not again, these are kind of trivial details, but yeah, I mean, she just got away with a lot.
Yeah. Anna sent us a super chat and said, let's see, if Candace really cared, about the preliminary hearing, then she would have watched and live streamed it. Huh?
Yeah.
That's she did.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
that's a
she
good-
didn't. I didn't realize she didn't live stream it, but I guess she didn't.
She was in Spain.
That's right.
Or
She
was it Spain or somewhere?
Yeah, she was out of the, that's right. I forgot about that.
Or you know what I would have said if I was Andrew is if you really cared about the investigation, you would have gone to UVU before saying that you have to be Spider-Man to climb. I don't know. To me, that Spider-Man quip is kind of, what do you think? I feel like that kind of shows a lot because she said it very definitively and it would have stuck even with me had it not been for Gary's video that showed it's like a little guardrail. So yeah, I mean, there's some more gotchas that could have been had.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's armchair investigations is what it is. This has been an armchair investigation, and again, this is the thing. So, Irish Lass over here was talking on Rumble was talking about Tucker. He gets the credit. Candace does. Audience size does not equal reliability. It just doesn't. Like that is, she didn't get her audience by being some keen investigator. They got their audience off of Donald Trump and off of a lot of people who they hated. Candace Owens latched on to, interestingly enough, to Jewish-run organizations off of the Daily Wire and off of or PragerU, and then the Daily Wire, and then she goes on to what was it? Let's see. And Charlie Kirk was tacked in there as well. So it was Charlie Kirk and PragerU and the Daily Wire, and then she goes out on her own and she starts crashing everybody, trying to ruin everybody that's been left in her wake. She grifted off of more successful people, more talented people, better people than her, and that's how she got the audience. And now she wields it like a drunken sailor with an Uzi. No offense to sailors, but yeah, it's
a great point. Same thing with Tucker. Tucker would be a nameless nobody if it wasn't for Fox, right?
Yeah.
I mean, or the corporate media before him.
Exactly. It's CNN and Fox and all that. And so I say all that to say that just because they have these massive audiences does not mean that we automatically say, you know what? You made it this far, you've got your 5 million, or you've got your 4 million, or your 3 million, or your 6 million viewers, whatever it is. You can still be discredited. You can still be wrong. You can still, your true colors can show through. You can't hide that stuff forever. Like, it can't stay tucked away. We're seeing it with both of them. Honestly, they are two people who made it to the pinnacle of social media and media in general, and they're turning out to be big nothing burgers. They're liars, grifters. They're flipping week to week on opinions. So yeah,
and then they veer into the Israel stuff, and that boosts their numbers because you have a built-in audience of 1 billion people that hate Israel. So if I wanted to build up my audience a lot more, I could be I could become super anti-Israel and call myself, the anti-Israeli Jewish lawyer, and I guarantee I would have a lot more followers.
Oh, dude,
but
you'd be in the hundreds of thousands within a couple months.
right.
Maybe you ought to do it just as a joke.
I think probably burn that bridge with my content and nobody would buy it. But yeah, I mean, there's a built-in audience for it. So that's the easiest way.
There is.
Which is why I appreciate all you all truth seekers for not doing that, for not, just going where the clicks are, sticking with your own principles.
Yeah. I real quick want to say thanks to everybody who has been super chatting the channel. I really appreciate it. It helps this channel grow. You can subscribe to this channel at here at Continue Freedom. I'm on X. I'm also on Rumble, whichever platform you prefer. So if you're watching me on YouTube, you can go over and follow me on X. If you're watching me on X, you can go over and follow me on YouTube. Follow Gil as well at Whole Truth 12. He's over on YouTube and on X. Go follow him. And you can become a member. I've got memberships available here. You're more than welcome to pop on board. Every little bit helps. For a few bucks a month. It helps the channel grow. And we've gotten quite a few members, and so I'm appreciative for that. I've also got a little bit of merch. In fact, I thought I had one of my mugs, but I've got the Continue Freedom hat. I've got like the We the People shirt and the We the People mug and hoodies. And we've got kids shirts now. I highlighted that before. Mama Owlbear reached out to me. She's one of my longtime followers and members. And she said, "Hey, I've got a youngster. Can you make some youth t-shirts?" I said, "Consider it done." And we made a youth t-shirt and got that up there.
Would you mind if I rock your hat? I want to get one of those hats.
Oh, absolutely.
Would that be cool?
Yeah. Totally.
Okay, cool.
Totally. Bronson has, he wears the hoodie in his profile pic.
Oh, is that your hoodie?
Yeah, that's my hoodie. The We the People hoodie. Yeah, that's what he's got on.
Oh, cool.
Let's see. Megan says, she calls them armchair investigatards. That's what she calls them. Let's see some more comments here.
I have a question from Megan. Was Candy getting the discovery she kept mentioning wrong also? I haven't looked into that. I mean, these discovery disputes are so common. It doesn't mean much. Sometimes, the defense is asking for more discovery. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag. The defense brings it up. Prosecution says we've been giving everything. So I haven't studied that specific issue, but I don't think it was like significant. The defense did not bring it up at the prelim, so they got everything in time for the prelim that they needed. And Candy's point about like not being able to cross-examine the witnesses at the preliminary hearing stage, it's true. If that was how the trial was run, that wouldn't be fair. But this is a preliminary hearing stage, and we're just going off the evidence that is available. We can't, we don't go off just vibes and speculation. We go off what we have at our disposal. And so Tyler Robinson deserves his day in court, and he'll get it.
And as what we continue to stand on is that it's a good thing that a good defense is being put up, because that makes the case locked tight. So when the dust from this does settle and there is hopefully justice for Charlie Kirk, that the people who are ginning up these conspiracies don't have a leg to stand on. It's like, this was
Right.
done in accordance with the law. And that's where the wild conspiracies of 20 different agencies being involved, I forget who mentioned it down in the chat, that this is, I'm going to look up the Chuck Colson quote about, let's see, Chuck Colson quote about Watergate. And it was,
I'm gonna have to turn on my fan for a minute, so sorry if there's any
you're
noise.
fine. You're
Let me
fine.
know if it's.
So he wrote this about the resurrection of Jesus, but I'm going to say it. He says, "I know it's true. I know it is a fact, and Watergate proved it to me." And he said, "How? Because 12 men testified they had seen Jesus raised from the dead. Then they proclaimed the truth for 40 years, never once denying it. Everyone was beaten, tortured." And then I got an ad pop up. Was beaten, tortured, stoned, and put in prison. They would not have endured that if it weren't true. Watergate embroiled 12 of the most powerful men in the world, and they couldn't keep alive for 3 weeks. You're telling me 12 apostles could keep alive for 40 years? Absolutely impossible. And I use that one. Charles Colson he's an interesting guy. He developed what's called the Colson Center for Biblical Worldviews, and they train people to be in different. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ban this guy or gal, whatever it is. Yeah, and you're gone.
Good idea. Yeah. I caught him right before you banned him.
Yeah, he was in here doing the all caps thing and all that stuff. So yeah, I had a guy right when I started would do a post, but it was one word per post. So they do that to try to fill the flood it and get the number one commenter thing. So yeah, I just thought I'd go ahead.
That's how you know you have a really good argument, is because you put it in all caps.
Yeah, that's right. That's the best way to win an argument. But no, what I was saying was Chuck Colson started the Colson Center for Biblical Worldview, and he basically teaches people to engage in whatever field they are with using a biblical worldview. It's a really cool organization. But anyway, that's just for the folks out there. If you're interested, go check out the Colson Center. Let's see what other comments we've got. Natalie says $300,000 for what? A waste. Yeah. Oh, Megan said she timed them out earlier and they came back. They're very motivated, Megan. These, the trolls and gremlins, I don't know if you've seen this, Gil, on your live streams, but the smaller your channel is, the more they love to come after you. And
oh, really?
Oh, dude. I would do live streams.
My channel's pretty small. I was just gonna say I'm jealous that you're attracting trolls. That means you got some reach. I haven't even gotten to that point yet.
No, well, that was the thing. I was having trolls, like bad trolls, when I was your channel size. Like, I was in the hundreds of subscribers, and I would do live streams, and those were the only people showing up. And I would get like 4 trolls, and they would just absolutely bomb my chat. And it's the most horrific. So if it does start to happen to you, I will say the good thing for you, and which is it's awesome that like I can bring you on my channel. We've got a great audience of people that we can share. And this is how what we do off of all these channels that are kind of in our sphere, in our ecosphere. And it's great because you do get to build a good audience of actually engaged people, not bots. And when you just start opening it up and you're talking politics out to the internet, the bots, for whatever reason, or the trolls, there's people out here scoping for it. They will absolutely attack you. And it's like vile stuff that they're saying to you. And
I bet
the first couple of times you're doing it, it's a little disheartening. You're like, good gracious, but you just keep going and going and going. And eventually you build a great audience like I've got. And then you got moderators and the Megans of the world get in there and,
No, I was going to say a lot of your audience are subscribers of mine as well. So I feel like I'm part of this whole crew and I love everybody. Everyone's been so supportive. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I owe a lot to you and Gary, for helping me grow. So I very much appreciate it. And the Eclectic Journalist had me on. So I have fun with these.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, no, it's good. We enjoy it. This whole thing is about building community, and we're trying to build something strong here that's, golly, I'm sure that because we've never really talked much about, you and I have never talked a lot about politics. We've talked about this Charlie Kirk stuff. I'm sure that we vary on some political issues, but because I vary on political issues with just about everybody that I engage with Bronson, with Gary, with other folks. We've got disagreements, but that's the healthy disagreement. It's not the disagreement that says we break apart everything and we start getting into hive minds. There's got to be a place for people that want to have actual conversations to congregate. And I'm hoping my channel is something like that your channel can be something like that all these people in our sphere can. So I feel like we've been blessed with our community. That's great.
Yeah. And I feel like reasonable people can disagree. You know, I think reasonable people can disagree on tax policy and, you know, immigration policy and, you know, different things. I just have two things is got to be against transing the kids because that to me is disgusting.
Yep.
And you can't hate Jews. Or you can't hate anybody really, you know, any group of people.
Yeah.
Everything else I think is open for debate.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
that's
Fair enough. MTX, thanks for the super chat. Says Candace blocked me for pointing out that her husband had a reputation for being a member of the fruit community in England before they got engaged over FaceTime after 18 days and no romantic activity. Well,
it's so weird.
The mods came down hard on you for that one, MTX. Oh, coincidentally,
their romance is so weird.
So strange. I mean, no romance, the lack of romance, not the romance, their lack of romance. We never had a romantic engagement, and I said
18 days.
18 days, will you be my wife? And we got married.
And I'm not like a judgmental person, and you know I don't want to be catty and stuff like that. But that's just bizarre. It seems like an op,
Yeah,
right? If there
yeah,
ever
like,
is.
felt like in my mind I was like, arranged marriage. I don't know. I mean, you're right.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be overly judgmental. It's just it's just weird how the whole thing happened. That's so out of the ordinary, and they talk about it like it's a normal thing.
Right. And if she wasn't so judgmental about other people, then I wouldn't, you know, attack her for that. But she's earned it. She's earned all the mockery she gets.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. That's the other point. That the mockery. She mocks everybody, but she refused. You're not allowed to mock her. You know, she plays victim, and that's why I say she's a wild lefty. The victim card, virtue signaling, whatever, lefty. Let's see. I think this cold-hearted murder should get the electric chair. Took a wonderful man from the family. I'm going to put this one up. Craig, try not to use all caps. But he said, I think this cold-hearted murderer should get the electric chair. He took a wonderful man from his family. Anyone that agrees with him should get the same punishment. Yeah.
This was another good... Oh, sorry.
No,
go ahead.
Go ahead. You were going to make a legitimate point. I was going to make a philosophical point.
No, I think Andrew had a good point. Again, maybe it was just because of the time constraints he wasn't able to flesh it out, but his opening was good about how the left celebrated all this and celebrated the death of Charlie. That was the big news right after. You know, you had Ian Carroll say that Israel did it within 2 days, but that wasn't really getting any traction at first. So the big news, which is still should be the big news, is how the left celebrated this. But that's got completely lost because of Candace Owens almost.
Yeah.
Single-handedly.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was a we remember what the left did, and what Candace Owens is a version of that. It's just a different version of that. The attacking Charlie Kirk after he was, and she's saying that she's doing it for him, but he's doing it for literally everybody in his sphere, whether it's from his wife on down to his closest friends and everybody. So it's just the same. It's no different. MTX says, I'm not judging. If Charlie chose Erica over me, I'd be distraught enough to be willing to enter into a lavender marriage where I become a turkey for 5 years straight. I'm just asking statements.
To me, it's so obvious that Candace Owens is like in love with Charlie. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like that the way she looks at him, I don't think I've seen any pictures similar of her looking at her husband that way. And it wasn't, probably not love, but like a desire for him. That's what I get.
Yeah.
I get huge vibes like that.
Yeah, I agree. There was another one I was going to bring up here. Not only celebrated, but turned and used it as an attack avenue. Yeah, the left did. Yeah, absolutely. Talking about what happened to Charlie. Yeah, she's been celebrating the death of Charlie by using him relentlessly as a cash cow. That's an interesting take, too, Lauren Turner.
Yeah.
Boy, she talks about, they talk about people monetizing this. She has monetized it to the nth degree.
And she's never once offered to like donate any of the money to Charlie Kirk's family or, his organization or anything relating to him. So it's obscene. It's obscene.
Yep. Megan says Candace was obsessed, maybe, but never in love.
Yeah,
Candy
that's true.
can't do
That's
real
good.
love. She doesn't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think love is the right word. You're right.
Yeah. Colleen says that witch has tried her best to destroy everything Charlie loved. That I agree with. Well, and Anna, I think that you're right too. That this is her whole career path has been the fact that whatever natural talent she has for the gift of gab has been picked up by other people. And because she can't do it on her own, she did it on other people's coattails or used that to ride other people's coattails to find her way to prominence. And that is literally the key to her success. She doesn't care if she's starting, if she's doing social autopsy where she's going to dox conservatives and put kids' private information out there. She's fine doing that. Oh, the next thing is the conservative movement, and they're looking for people, they would love to have a black woman who's a conservative come on board. I'm fine with that. I can be a conservative. I can do that. And she gets on board that train. And then it's I have a chance to be, Oprah. Sure, I'll try to tone everything back down and get a different set and get different wardrobe and do a different thing, not on the road with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I can do that. That's fine. And then it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and leave because I've got all these people that are following me, and I'm going to start my own thing. Now, what do? Well, I've like Tucker Carlson. I don't have guardrails anymore. And when you take these types of people and remove the guardrails, they that served them better when they were working inside of an organization that had like some, if you want to call it restrictions, but they have professional standards that someone is supposed to meet. And you say, well, now I don't have any professional standards. Now I get to be myself. Finally, I get to be myself. And just like I say, by their fruits, people will be known. And it's a biblical verse. And their fruits are rotten and nasty and will give you a gut ache and diarrhea. That's basically what it is. So
yeah. And that gets to what I think she was actually obsessed about Charlie. Charlie. I think that she saw him as like, a naturally, a leader, somebody that she would have been she wanted to be around and to be able to manipulate his leadership qualities or what have you and feed off that power. That's what I feel like she was the reason why she was obsessed with him. Because he was a natural leader. He probably would have, could have been president one day. And so she gravitates to those people because, she's a sociopath. And that's part of part of it.
Well, and she's very opportunistic, people do that. I mean, part of me says you can't blame her all that much if somebody gives you an opportunity to do something and you do it, but it's what you do with the opportunity. And what she's done with the opportunity is crush everybody who ever helped her. And that's, some people would say that's just business. I don't think my moral compass doesn't point in that direction. Personally, I say that if somebody's going to help me get to the top, somebody can wrong you and you break a relationship or whatever. But to say that I'm going to get to the top and now I'm going to try and not just try to bring other people up or but it's like I'm going to kick everybody who was on my way up. I'm going to kick everybody in the groin that I possibly can and everybody in the groin that helped me. There's a saying that says be kind to people or be good to people on your way up because you'll meet them again on your way back down. And
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, she shows no gratitude for the people that helped her.
No. On a serious note, MTX says, on a serious note, I'm going to dig into the whole un-F America thing later because they're supporting Candace a lot and they're all in contact. And Hunter Kozak, dude, has an Antifa flag in his house. Interesting.
Yeah, I haven't been following this very closely, but I know Andrew brought it up before that this un-F America far left group that basically celebrated Charlie's death is in cahoots with Candace, or at least propping her up a lot. But I haven't followed that.
Yeah, I haven't followed a lot of the un-F America tour. But horseshoe theory, a lot of this stuff is going to meet. I've kind of come to the realization that Tucker, I don't know all of Candace's politics because it's really just focused around one thing, which is Israel. It's about the only political, and that she doesn't like Donald Trump anymore. But with Tucker, I'm really starting to see Tucker as kind of a national socialist, not just not like the DSA, but a like real national socialist sort of person. And I don't mean that, I know that that carries connotations with the Nazis, and I'm not saying that he's a Nazi. I'm just saying that the nationalist sort of view with a socialist bent to it when it comes to his politics and how he thinks we solve some of the economic problems in the country and that sort of thing. And he thinks that alludes to there being a government solution to it. It sounds very National Socialist. And again, not saying he's an actual Nazi, because that's what the Nazis were, the National Socialist Workers' Party.
Sure.
But just the rhetoric sounds in the broadest sense, not just nationalistic, but socialist as well. And I think that's I think that's kind of where he sits politically. And I would say Nick Fuentes is much the same.
Right.
Let's see. And then I'm going to probably have to call it here in a couple of minutes, because I'm absolutely gassed, Gil.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. And just let me know if you want to have some more time one-on-one with your audience and have me sign off. Just no hard feelings. Just let me know.
Yeah, absolutely.
But if anyone has any specifically legal related questions about what took place in the debate, maybe I can answer.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot. I think Andrew should have come out with the list of like 20 pieces of evidence. But yeah, again, I don't know if it would have made that much of a difference anyways.
Yeah. Can you, I've got to, because again, I've been on for like 7 hours. Can you talk to the audience just for a minute while I go use the facilities for just a minute?
Absolutely.
Let me,
and take your time. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me put you,
grab a cup of water.
Yeah. Let me put you up here. And did that work? Nope. Well, this is one that I haven't, oh wait. Okay, here, I'll leave my camera up and you just do, I'll just be gone for a minute.
Thank you. So does anyone have any specific questions? Again, I won't say that I'm just that disappointed in the debate, because I didn't have that high expectations going into it. And if no money was given to Candace, then I wouldn't really have any objections to the debate. But the fact that she got paid $300,000, I don't know, it's just obscene. I really just I have the power. I don't know. It didn't move the needle. What do you guys think Andrew should have said? I feel like he could have, without like overloading anything, should have brought up like some of the specific text messages, the Discord chat, the statements. These were hearsay statements that were double hearsay, because it was from the sheriff friend who said that he admitted to it to his parents, but that's still, evidence. the Google route searches, the screwdriver, the towel, the Dremel tool, the bullets and the target, the burnt letter, just so many things that are like, that's what makes it overwhelming. And, you know, they kind of got stuck on the gun where she could talk about the degraded DNA and didn't really get into that many other pieces of evidence. Yeah, I mean, the $300,000, and it's like she, just for her to stand by her own claims, and she didn't stand by her own claims. The one thing that was brought up about her claim, or not the one thing, but one of the things was that she said that Erica was complicit, and she was able to wiggle her way around it and say, oh, no, I meant complicit in the narrative. Well, what about the other 6 times that you said she was involved in the murder? She didn't get held to that. And she was able to skirt around things by saying that she meant, you know, well, I'm not allowed to think certain things, and you know, it never got any traction. So she called Andrew. Yeah, I remember she called Andrew an a-hole. Um, but yeah, I think that money is hers now. So I don't think that that's that's gonna change. Yeah, it's disgusting that she got paid. Honestly, you know, no truth seeker would accept that. Um, Only an entertainer would. So I hope that sticks with more people, but I don't think it's going to make that much of a difference for her followers. I'm going to grab some water real quick.
Okay,
Or
I'm back now.
I'm going to grab a cup of water real quick.
Yeah, man. Yep. Okie dokie. Let's see. I've now hit the record, by the way. You all are part of a, you know, a unique experience here. This is the largest or the longest live stream I've ever done.
Yeah, you must be exhausted.
Yeah, I am. I'm pretty gassed. Let's see. It's nice having a chat though. The chat keeps me going, honestly.
Yeah. And I love all the chat members.
Yeah. One person tells can't friends or family has publicly stood up for him. 0. Let's see.
Yeah, the issue is like the standards that she holds to other people, you know, this mountain of evidence. She could poke little holes in some of it, and therefore, you know, it's insufficient. But she has zero evidence. Just a few bits and pieces of circumstantial evidence, but that's enough to go on accusations. So Andrew should have again just like pinned her down and to say, you think that Erica Kirk, maybe he did, maybe there were a few minutes I missed, but did he pin her down to say, do you think Erica Kirk was complicit in the murder or the cover-up? Jared, do you remember if that
I'm
ever came up?
sorry, I was looking at the chat. I thought you were talking to him. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm sorry, dude.
No
problem.
Say that one more
time.
I was just asking, did Andrew ever get her pinned down to say that she thought Erica was complicit in the murder or the cover-up?
No, the only thing she said is because she backtracked. That's the narrative that she's been carrying, is that Erica was complicit in the murder. She said that she was complicit in the, like, she basically, I think it was rhetoric or in the narrative or in something else.
Right.
So she completely backed away from that claim. And the interesting thing will be to see if it picks back up again and goes back to complicit in the murder, because she feels there's a lot of safety and security, I think, that she feels in her, you know, in her little basement, in her little room. And to her audience that is largely captured. And even though there's not, because there's people that, you know, will sit and and comment on her entire live stream and debunk her. So she's getting a lot of her audience are people that don't agree with her. It's the Howard Stern effect. I think there's a component of that to it, just based off my assumption, which is more people watch him that don't like him than the ones that do. And I don't know if that's probably not entirely the case, but there is a component of that. Anyway, for whatever reason, she felt secure saying it during her show, but she didn't feel secure saying it during this particular live stream, which is weird to me because I couldn't, honestly, if I was doing a live stream that was getting 1 million views or hundreds of thousands of views per show, maybe you get desensitized to that. But I think 1 million versus 4 million, ultimately, what's the big difference? It's millions of people. Right. I'm just as accountable to an audience of hundreds or thousands. I don't know how many have been on this stream all throughout the day. Probably, I don't know. I won't get updated, numbers until well after the live stream. But I mean, I'll have, maybe a few hundred people concurrent. Well, it says that on my viewership is for this one today is like 1,700 people. 1,500 people, and that's between two. So like vertical had like 700 people on it. The horizontal had about 800 or 900 people, about 800 people on it. And those are the like kind of initial numbers, which is a big stream for me. But I regularly get videos in the post watch that are like thousands. I feel responsible for that. Just to, a small audience of people. I don't want to come out here and feed nonsense to anybody. I'm obviously giving my opinion, but it's and how I understand the information, but I'm not out here making crap up. That's the difference. And why she would,
and maybe,
I don't know.
And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this will move the needle. Maybe, kind of in a subtle way. She, some of her viewers will be like, why didn't you've been accusing Erica for the past year. Why didn't you man up and stick by that, instead of saying, oh, I meant that she's complicit in the narrative. Like, that's so disingenuous. That's not what you meant. Maybe for that one single clip out of 50, but we all know that you've said it 50 times. So maybe that will turn a few candy cultists away.
Yeah. Megan says, like, seriously, what did Candace think she was there for? No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should be responsible for the words that come out of your own mouth, no matter who you say them to or in front of. Exactly. Because you know what? It's the same thing if you say it in front of somebody that, and I've had to do that. If you have a rash response to something, you say, I shouldn't have said it that way. Like, that's not the right way to say that. But just be a freaking human being. It's when people start becoming performers, that drives a lot of it as well. When you think you're not just there to inform but entertain. And I try to and that's walking a line, because when we sit down and do an internet show, you can't come out and just be boring, right? So you try to, a lot of people will say that and I tell this to people, that when I'm filming them and they're doing a presentation or they're trying to deliver a message, I say, you know what? Take it up to 11, because on camera it looks like a 6, and then you look kind of normal. And people think that they're being boisterous, but no, when you're in your normal day to day, you're just kind of being a little boring, So there is an element of that to people on camera. But that's different because it's kind of different because it's in commercial sort of stuff, and you're, what's the way to put it? There's an expectation of production, and I think that maybe that's the world that Candace is coming out of. Live streaming is supposed to be a bit different. There's not really anything performative about it. But you still have to keep, anybody who sits and talks for a long time, myself included, my energy starts to drop and all of that. And I'm not 100% certain how I got started on this, but my energy. So I have to actively try to keep myself, engaged in it.
I think we were talking about how, she was like, we wanted her to approach this like a human being that is actually sitting down and standing up for her opinions providing some reasoning, and instead she treated it like a performance, very defensive. Like, no, I'm not gonna say why I think Israel did it. It's just my thought. I'm allowed to say that, and it's like, well, that was the whole point of this interaction, was for you to actually explain stuff, you know. So yeah, that's where I, didn't go anywhere. Is she wasn't being honest. She wasn't being genuine, you know. We know that you actually have been saying that Erica Kirk was involved, and Andrew didn't bring up the Fort Huachuca thing either. You know, that was a big part of her narrative for a while. So she didn't stand by anything that she's been spewing.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, my wife came in and the dog was barking and all that good stuff. Let's see. Everything is Israel to her. Agreed. Andrew had to change things up. Oh, I see. Andrew had to change things up, and she didn't. I think that's pretty valid. And PBD didn't hold her to account either. Yeah. So Andrew has I think we kind of alluded to it earlier, is that Andrew has a reputation of the blood sport debater. And if he went in as the blood sport debater, he was going to look just like a jerk. And for a largely female audience, that wasn't going to work.
Right.
So he brought the temperature down, but in bringing the temperature down, he didn't really come across as the usual Andrew Wilson. So that probably had an impact on the tone of the debate. But he also doesn't look. He's out there in that debate representing a lot of people. So I think he was. I'm putting a lot of stuff on him that might not be the case, but that he's trying to be. He's representing a lot of people, and he had to do something there or present in a way that was palatable to all those people. Because if he had come in their guns ablaze and looked like an absolute jerk and turned a lot of the female audience away by doing that, people are going to say, you lost that because you went in there guns ablaze and all you had to do was be calm and ask questions. So there's
right.
And I would say that as well, with the caveat that he also knew he was going to go in and make more enemies. Like he's
right.
The guys that these dudes, I highlighted them at the start of the show, and they are let's see here. Like these guys, they are what's the way to put it? I had a point I was going to make.
It looks like the crazy Brady Bunch.
Right. Like their audiences, like they represent the bro side of the Candace cult. And it's an eclectic group of characters to say the least. Let's just put it that way. But his audience, I think, is a largely male audience, because he does him being Andrew intersect a lot with the manosphere. And the kind of the manosphere stuff, they want the blood sport, but he's also got, a large female audience that's going to be watching this, because there is a large female audience that is interested in this. And by having to be palatable to la-di-da-di everybody, he had to change things up from what he's used to. And I had a separate point I was going to make, but I don't know.
No, I think your point is valid. He really had kind of an impossible mission, where either way we would be criticizing him if he went too hard or if he went too soft, which is why, again, from the get-go, I was like, there's no point to this debate. But he did it. He did fine. He did fine. It was a futile mission.
Yeah. MTX says they're the male feminist grifter tough guys. That's what that's honestly, that's what the manosphere has become. It's like male feminism. They're so pro male that they are anti woman, and some of them are married, but a lot of them are just forever single. Be a man, in order to be a man, you got to drive a Bugatti. Sort of people. The Andrew Tate types of the world.
It strikes me as insecure personally. That's what it looks like to me.
Well,
was that one guy? Yeah.
Yeah, when Valhalla came out and did the whole, Gary, let's go fight sort of thing, I was like, geez, compensate much? Come on, man. They're I'm sorry, if you are simping for Candace Owens, you do not belong in the manosphere. Just saying. Yeah. You're simping for a podcaster in her basement. That's basically it.
Right.
Let's see. Okay. They will definitely cry victim. Good look. All right. I think I'm going to close it down for today. Gil, I appreciate you joining me, brother. Thank you so much.
Sure.
This has been a blast.
Bye.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to let you, sign off on your own podcast. So I'll head out.
Yeah. Okay. No, I appreciate you, brother. Thanks for your legal expertise. And we're going to do a show, just the two of us. And actually, I hope we can do several of them. That would be fun. I enjoy it. And
anytime, man.
At Whole Truth 12 over on YouTube and on X, go follow, please. As soon as I close this down, go over and follow Gil. He's a good dude. He's got a growing channel. Help him out. We're sharing communities over here.
Thank you, Jared.
God bless you, brother. You have a great day.
Keep up the great work, man.
Will do, man. Will do. Okay, guys, thank you all so much for joining me today. I have to close it down. Before I go, if you don't mind, hit all the free buttons below. It helps us in the... That's been a long day. This has been now, I think, the longest live stream I've ever done. It won't be the last. Next time something big like this comes along, I will be here for you guys. We'll see if I do a show tomorrow. Ideally, I will. There won't be one this evening, but I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for every one of you. You can subscribe. That helps. Share the content over on X or whatever your social media platform. All that helps. You can become a member if you want to and throw a couple bucks a month in if you feel so compelled. You can also just get a piece of merch. You can buy a cool mug or a cool t-shirt or a hat or whatever you want. Thank you all for sticking with me. Thank you to the mods. Thank you, which Megan has been hanging in all day. I'm going to get some rest, Megan. I'm definitely going to get some rest. Devils, I gotta shout out you guys. MTX, let's see, MTX 485, Devil's Advocate, Delar Finn, let's see, The Great Conspiracy 360. I just saw you come in here towards the end. Sorry, you're catching us on the flip side of it. But I'm going to miss people that I've been highlighting all day. Anna, thank you so much. Big shout out to all our super chatters. User EL7, of course, Gil, Robert Calamari, Anna, MTX. This has been fantastic. And golly, I know I'm missing some folks that have been here today. I wanted to highlight some more. Either way, God bless you all. God bless America. Have a fantastic rest of your Friday evening. Don't be black-pilled. Gray-pilled is acceptable. But that should be the bottom limit. I love you guys. We'll see you in the next one.